British television, Dr. York, and it's on me.
I'm going to tell you to walk away because I don't want you to see me cry. A man is.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Dr. York, let's get it, man. Oh, shit. This that slap York. Look at you. Oh, that nigga York was smooth back in the day. Look at that nigga. Oh, I'm going to sample this, Dr. York. I'm sorry, Malachi. Dwight, I got to sample this. I don't know who you singing to, but it's a slap, though, my nigga. Take the pain of the game. Let's go, Doctor. That nigga got that Miami Vice suit on. Look at him with that red lapel and that bitch. Let's go. It's on me. Yeah, it's on you, Doc. Hey, it's definitely on you, Malachi. You ain't lying, nigga. It's on you. You did what the fuck they said you do. Lord have mercy. Is this your leader, Nuwapians? Nuwapian nonsense has gone wild, y'all. God damn. Let's get it, Malachi. Now you see. Oh, well, that nigga thought he was Luther, didn't he? He thought he was Luther, didn't he? 4-5, fix your audio devices. You might still be on the Discord. You gotta disconnect from the Discord, then come back up here. Hey, check this nigga out right here, cuz. Yeah, that's Malachi York, baby. That's him. That's really him. Look at him. Oh, that nigga got that bop to him, too. Check him out. All right, now. Hey, it's on me. It's on me. Look at this nigga with
what
this
up,
motherfucking shoulder pad and this suit rhinestone ass nigga. The Nuwapian get down. Look at him with that. Hey, y'all see that star on that shit right there, boy. Hey,
he got that chocolate rain going on. I see him.
Chocolate rain, burning fire full of pain. Look at your boy, Loyal. He got that necklace on too. Look at him. It's on me. I gotta go back and check that necklace
like Loyal car.
No boy got that motherfucking he got that shit on. Look at him with that Nuwapian shit on now. That nigga got on a leather 1986 Miami Vice white blazer with rhinestone lapels. He got the crescent and the star with a red bow tie and a red lapel in that bitch. And that boy got that Alexander O'Neal shit on, nigga. That I'm talking about, nigga. And this nigga, what y'all call that shit right there? The cummerbund, or whatever you call that piece right there, the prime outfit shit.
Belvedere.
I told you Belvedere. There you go, Mr. Belvedere. This nigga look like he left a valet gig and a waitress
that
gig.
Nigga look like a Carolina.
You hear me?
That's Malachi York.
That nigga look. Hey, Malachi York. On my mama, boy, it looked like you got a pocket full of peppermints right now. Bang, you know them niggas that dress like they always got peppermints or gum or some. This nigga, yeah, baby, it's on me, it's on me.
You know he got a handful of gold rings with the Tic Tac, man, Tic Tac in the middle.
Yeah, you got the Tic Tac.
I can't permit.
Ain't no way.
He got the
ain't no way you KFC bucket hat niggas is following this nigga right here. Check him out.
Hey, he was.
Hey, look at that boot, boy. That nigga got that 6-inch heel. See, now we getting to the bottom of everything. When that nigga said he was 5'8" at certain points of the day, and then he was 6 foot at the other point, there it is right there.
That nigga got them high steppers on.
Yeah, the lemon pepper steppers. He throw them bitches on. Yeah, I'm 6 foot now, baby. Come on over here and kick it with your boy.
That's just a boost to the 5'5".
That nigga told the Nuwapians I can go from 5'8" to 6 foot, but forgot to tell him he wear 4-inch heels. If you don't get the fuck out of here, yeah, we be seeing him sometimes. He 5'8". Then we see him later. He's 6 foot. That nigga had them "It's on Me" boots on, nigga. It's on me.
Them Skechers walkabouts.
No, he got on stilts under them bootcut jeans. You know them stilts them niggas be wearing to do the drywall on top
Oh,
of the
mama. Oh, mama.
God damn, they got contractor still so.
Hey, to all the people in the chat, any city USA, listen to me, y'all. This is any city USA. This nigga right here was the nigga your auntie dated in 1989 that used to snort cocaine and beat on her. This was the nigga right here. Everybody knew this nigga growing up. This nigga right here had your auntie gone because he could sing a little bit like Alexander O'Neal and Luther and Petty P and them niggas. He had a leisure curl. This back before girls knew niggas was putting perms in their hair too. So he got his leisure curl going. That nigga got his Windu of the North Star whimsical beard going on. You know, the typical 80s. That shit that make you look like Mordor off of motherfucking one of them niggas who opened up the 7th Circle of Hell in Doctor Strange and shit. He look that nigga look like oh my mama, that nigga look like when he go home, he ain't gonna take none of them clothes off.
Like he just go picking out the black hole. Like, should I come back to this bitch?
And who is this nigga right here with this long ass neck? This y'all looking for the
alien?
What the fuck alien is this? Hold on, Dr. York, you might be on to something, nigga. That nigga was really kicking it with aliens, cuz. Who in the fuck is this nigga?
Blair was talking about coming out them UFOs.
Hey, oh my God. Man, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a Nuwapian, cuz. Hey, we might have to apologize to Malachi York, not for touching on them kids, but for saying he was cool with the aliens. Cause this nigga right here is definitely brother from another planet. Ain't no nigga.
Unless he related to Wide.
Y'all see it? Y'all look at the cut. Look at the cut on this shirt right here. This is typical big-headed scientist. This nigga, what the fuck is this right here? I don't even want to look at that nigga too long. Damn, look at that nigga jaw. That nigga got a motherfucking Monfongo face, nigga. Where K Gomez from?
That nigga got a Congo sick on the side of his face.
My nigga K Gomez said that nigga ate 10 bowls of Monfongo before he came and did this shit with Dr. York. Now, come on, man. Dwight, you got niggas in your motherfucker audience looking like Return of the Living Giants, nigga.
That nigga do chin-ups on a noose.
God damn. Not chin up on a
noose. That nigga just chin up upside down like a bat.
Oh, this the first nigga to take a bite out of crime. That nigga's a head detective. That nigga solved 30 cases a month, nigga, taking bites out of crime.
12 perks.
That nigga see the future, past, in the present.
Not even off the Perkies. hey, being off the Perkies at a Malachi York concert is off the chain.
See, that's the only way to enjoy yourself in that bitch. All them niggas off a bean.
Off the Perkies at a Malachi York event is I don't even know what to say. Nigga, this nigga tried. Hey, this nigga Malachi, this nigga jaw locked up like yeah, aliens, nigga. What?
Got the alien.
They kept the camera on that nigga for a long time too. They knew he was an alien. They said, "Wherever." Listen, Malachi York, this nigga dress and look like soon as he leave. Gonna go home. He don't even take this outfit off. He just get right in the coffin and go to sleep. Close that bitch right.
Hey, no, you ain't lying though. That's the black. That's Dracula.
Oh my God. Nigga, your ass sleep in a motherfucking coffin with this shit on.
You ain't lying.
Mausoleum outfit ass nigga.
You know, you gotta carry that cane that turned into a blade with that bitch.
Yeah, he definitely got the cane with the sword coming out that motherfucker going on. Let me knight you.
That's that nigga funeral, dog. That's that nigga funeral.
Like you with that bitch and wipe it off like Nino Brown.
Hey, Lord, you say he's singing at his own funeral. It's on me.
Yeah, the nigga was wearing that bitch. He just got up. It's on me.
That nigga, hell nah, that nigga was at his own funeral. He was like, y'all bitches can't sing without me. It's on me. Now let me go back to being dead. God damn, y'all finna fuck up my hit.
Look at that part, man. You got a big
God
part,
damn, look at that part. Man, this nigga look like,
man. Look at that part.
hey,
Make me proud. That
hold
part
on,
make me
cuz
proud.
I
The
gotta go
real
back to
Count
that shit.
Dracula.
Hold
You
on,
got
that
the
nigga,
proud part, nigga.
cuz this nigga got the part of, like the nigga part look like,
The Red Sea. Moses parted that bitch.
look at this nigga profile, cuz. This nigga look, bro, I'm finna tell you what he look like right now. He look like
Got 2 hands.
a nigga, he look like a pirate from England. He look
Oh,
like nigga a swashbuckler
The Black
gentleman. Like
Quaker.
nigga, I've come to take
goddamn,
your
nigga.
ship. You swashbuckling peasants. This nigga look like
He look like he'll step on a slave back.
yeah, just to get off the boat, QB, he gonna step on the slave back.
That's fucking
Oh,
crazy.
man. Niggas
Bend over, motherfucker. You know I can't walk on regular
Oh,
land. I gotta
shit.
walk on your back first, goddammit. I'm Malachi.
Malachi.
Oh shit, that's fucking crazy.
Hell motherfucking no.
My side hurt, dog. I can't fuck with y'all right now. I can't fuck with you. It's all on me.
Who gonna come up there and defend Dracula, man?
Let's count. You can't just say Dracula. You gotta call him by his full name. Count.
I don't know the name of him, but you know what I'm talking about. The famous nigga who be
Count.
Count your days, Dracula.
big gloves come pull on.
That nigga
You know what I'm talking about. What the fuck is
You
that
know, you should
song?
call him haircuts. It's like,
Oh, you talking about this? This nigga look like that's what he was going for. Don't get no further. Did it to Mayo. Hey, 4-5. That
that
nigga
nigga
look
right
like
there.
yeah, that's him. Oh, whoa.
I ain't gonna lie, I thought that was 4-5 doing that. I was about to buzz out laughing.
I thought it was, nigga.
I said this nigga went full in with it, didn't he?
Nigga serenade the song and everything.
Nigga, I couldn't stop laughing. That's what I thought that was. I was like, damn,
God damn. Now listen. Why
You
wouldn't
would've
New
had
Wop
clout with
missing
me,
all
nigga.
them niggas, man? Yeah, I'd have fuck with you then, but guess what? It was me, so it don't matter.
I think you did the chorus.
That nigga Bobby said, I'm taking credit, nigga.
God damn it, nigga. I gotta get off the floor, man.
Why you on the floor? What the fuck?
That nigga knees gave out, goddammit.
That
That nigga laughed so hard, that
That
nigga
nigga got a
buckled.
pump up. That nigga got a little pump button in his hand to pump himself up like a
That nigga lay next to his dogs when he put him to sleep. That nigga putting his dogs.
That nigga got inflatable knees.
This nigga creepy.
That nigga grabbed a blanket and lay next to his bed. 4-5. It's bedtime now. Lay your ass down. That nigga yelling at the dog like it's a little kid. Lay down, I said.
That nigga reading a book and dog. He like, roll.
I can't even.
That nigga start crawling around like a dog.
I'm done, nigga. I'm done.
Can you imagine what it smell like when the dog pooed under them covers, though, Loyal? Your ass.
Oh man,
Lord
that shit
have
funky.
mercy.
I don't know
That
what. I don't know who the fuck you been talking to.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Don't no fucking dog pooed under my covers, nigga.
Get high off that.
That motherfucker shit.
Get high off that
He
bitch.
don't poop.
Look
That's
at this
toxic
nigga,
waste.
Malachi.
You gonna wake up with a superpower. Nigga been huffing gas all night.
Wake up with a superpower.
That nigga gonna wake up with a space helmet on.
Once called the percolator.
Hey, shout out to the honorable suck ass monster, Let's get it, Doc. Let's get it, Dwight. Let them know what you're on, Vampire from Brooklyn.
Man, Dwight just
Go. Woo, 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 woo.
This nigga play instruments too.
All
Jack
that.
of all trades.
this nigga stole.
Only a dream.
Did you play
It's
this at
only a
3:30 a.m. and all the vampires start coming out your house?
See, this right here. Even though I'm laughing at this nigga, it's always a nigga with a part at a Jerry curl, good singing ass nigga that'll just get a motherfucking a coat.
Yeah.
What is it with this shit that all of these ex-musician ass niggas just come out the blue?
ass niggas.
Yeah, and one day them niggas be like, you know what? I am God. Kanye West ass niggas. I'm God because I said I'm a God.
Niggas' egos is out of this world.
Oh, cause your ass could sing Luther Vandross covers good, my nigga. You gotta go touch on people's kids and do all this crazy ass shit, man. The world ain't shit right now. Now, until we get some Nuwapians to come up here with smoke.
Lawyers on the floor right now.
You is on the motherfucking stock clock, Jack. Till we get the Nuwapian smoke.
Nigga extended a polite invitation and shit.
The Nuwaps. Y'all
new
bitch ass.
Yeah.
The
Guerrillas.
is the Nuwaps.
I think I said until we get the Nuwapians to come up here. Get the
It ain't a
Bitch ass
Nuwapian.
niggas,
Listen, Mike Knight, you want to know where them niggas at? Them niggas is on the magical floating Nibiru spaceship with Malachi York as we speak.
Shit, they probably on the dark web with Dr. Anger and shit. Maybe I'm tripping.
Case closed.
You know it's Friday night, nigga. It's 12, nigga. You know shit ain't going, boy.
Oh shit.
Gotta
That
get
nigga on
some
the red
off,
room. The red room is open right now.
These them hard hours right here. Pause. But you
Pause,
already know.
nigga.
Pause. Pause on that.
Damn, dog.
Hey, here's the question. Ask the Nuwapians. Can Malachi York levitate out of his prison cell? Oh, y'all think this made up? This the
Bruh.
draw. Y'all see that nigga right there? That's
That's a
the
light
nigga.
bulb. They
Oh,
drew a
no,
light
this
bulb
the
in
nigga that
audience.
helped Malachi York escape.
Motherfucker like Lord with some dread.
That nigga helped him. Man, y'all making me laugh before I get to the shit.
That's that nigga we saw in the
I
club.
told y'all, yes, I told y'all I'm not taking you Nuwapian niggas serious. Now I'm finna roast y'all ass because y'all had 2 days to respond. Now it ain't nothing but jokes, nigga.
Man.
You niggas is
This-
not serious. Hold on. This the shit that he told people.
Nigga got
Sorry,
nipple nose.
sorry it took so long. What'd he say? Rahubaat. Greetings. That's his native Trillian language. This in my Dr. York voice. Sorry it took so long, but I don't have stamps. And they won't let me send any, so I had to wait. But I thank you for your love and support. Oh no.
Get out of here.
I am not sick any longer. On August 12, 2004, just days before court, 3 visitors came to me. Creel, Alamar, and Saad. They healed me. They came from Zeta Reticuli.
Reticulite.
Reticulite.
Dog, let me say it. Let me say it all the way through for
right,
y'all.
let
Do
me
me.
mute up. Let me mute.
They came from Zeta Reticuli. I had not seen them since I was a child in Tanakh, New Jersey. So he familiar with these niggas. They don't age at all. Anyway, they told me the game is almost over. Those that truly love you are coming together for you. They are passing the great test. I asked them why I could not just walk out. They said, because there is an order to the cosmos that must never be altered.
You're imprisonment.
That nigga talk like he got an onion in his mouth.
Nigga has destiny imprisonment.
All right, QB.
How do I?
I fuck with you.
That nigga is destiny prison, nigga.
Destiny prison is crazy.
The whole sentence just giving me
Hold on, wait a
cat
minute.
hairballs.
You say
That
that
nigga-
nigga in Destiny prison.
That nigga showing cat hairballs on the side.
Nigga say how much time I got for not.
When
The
you wrote
time
this
is
shit.
nigh. It just ran off on you.
Priel Alomar. Get the fuck out of here.
Loyal, that was a fire one right there, my nigga. I ain't going.
That nigga Bobby fucked up, man.
Destiny
Hey,
prison,
Bobby, though,
nigga.
real talk. Any nigga that could write some shit like this should be clinically insane. Like, this nigga is crazy, bruh.
This is the finesse of the finesse, though. Hold on, somebody just hit the link. Let me see who up here, man. There's some finessing ass shit if I've never seen it.
Man, bruh, come on, man.
Dr. Antron. Who is Dr. Antron? Hold on, Dr. Antron.
You know
Before
that's
I
the
let
Ant-Man himself.
Oh,
Man.
okay, cool. Cause I don't know who niggas is. Nigga might last time I let a motherfucker on.
Hey, came in with an AI.
Come on with the AI shit. nigga Rashard. Look, last time I let one of you niggas on, nigga, all I saw was a
make
woman
that your official
squirting
profile.
and some other shit. I said, oh no, nah, I forgot StreamYard is just like the Wild West. They let motherfuckers come up here with all type of ratchet shit, no shit. But to your point, Rashard, Bank, for a nigga to write this letter and then say, how do I explain? They said to tell you to explain it this way. Read Matthew 4:11, 4:1 through 11. Then go read Luke 9:22 through 23. Then go read Matthew 16:22 through 23. They said, Ba'ushamgal, under Su'in, have been waiting for me to do something. Many inmates have seen me float. That is why they keep moving me away.
He is very dedicated to his lie. Very dedicated. Whoever he sentenced to, first I thought it was a kid, to a letter to a pen pal kid or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
But now he sent that to some adults. They gotta be fucking insane.
No, they sent that to adults. Listen. Loyal. You might didn't hear me yesterday when I said. The lady said when they gave Malachi York his sentence, none of the Nuwapians even, they weren't worried about anything, Loyal. You want to know why?
Why?
Them folks were fully convinced that this nigga could live trillions of years. This man could levitate. He could walk through water, walk through walls. He could heal the blind. They fully was invested, not just the children, the adults of that idea. So imagine they discuss when a nigga who's told them I could do all of these things, even more. I've been here for trillions of years, and they give him 135 years, and he hold his head down and say, all right, I'm guilty. Y'all can take me to the cell now. They was not expecting, they expected him at the least to say, I'm finna sit in this cell for 135 years because I lived trillions of years, and that ain't enough time.
That's crazy. Hey, look at this though. Like, look at the stuff that he was diagnosed with. Motherfucking DSM-4 impression consisting of axis. What the hell is like? This man was off the rockers.
That was his immortal powers, bro. Y'all tripping.
Yeah, that's his. That's not Nuwapian power.
Yeah,
And the crazy part is this ain't the only nigga with this type of case study. Like, I couldn't even imagine how many people are walking around right now with this type of diagnosis.
But
crazy.
Nigga had the Henry Lax syndrome.
I'll be thinking is that, but then I think with a nigga like Malachi York, that nigga too smart. I really think that nigga, like, I think motherfuckers know that the jig is up. So I gotta keep playing into like the crazy shit so much that way I can, like, the only way I can probably even possibly get out of this is if they diagnose me clinically insane or, you know, got some type of multiple personality disorder, which they did. That's what they did with Malachi York. They diagnosed him with multiple personality disorder. He's clinically been diagnosed as that. Now, whether if he did that knowingly or unknowingly, which I hope is unknowingly, because if he just doing that to play that role just because he know that'll help with his shit, that means we dealing with a different type of sick ass. Now we dealing with villainy at this point, nigga. You a comic book villain at this point, nigga.
No, I think that's how he is though. Like that, I think he that type of nigga. Like,
That's what I think. That's what I was
niggas know what
saying.
they be doing, man.
Trying to lessen her sentence and stuff like that. Like,
That
yeah,
part.
he on some type of shit to.
That's why he
get
keeps
looked
saying,
at a
yes,
certain way.
I floated out of my cell, because that's a trick. If I could write all that shit in a letter and tell people on the outside I'm floating out of my cell, niggas coming to visit me, other inmates have seen this, and then we could prove that none of this shit has happened. That, you feel me? Back to your point. Now they like, oh, he's crazy.
Hell yeah.
He didn't really mean to
We
touch
can't
on
really
them
do
little kids
nothing with
because he's
him.
crazy. He can't be in a regular population because he's crazy. Look right here. He's writing to people on the outside telling them he floated out of his cell and he's been talking to the community. He know he got to say that shit in order to help his case. He's not dumb.
And then a lot of people following behind him. That's gonna help him out. Even like, that's crazy.
I was just about to say that Q Bills is just like niggas be caping for Brother Polite and Rashad Jamal.
Yeah, and Rashad Jamal, man, that nigga got a huge following.
Is nigga still caping for Rashad Jamal, bitch ass?
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
hell yeah. That nigga got a huge following. Like, huge.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Wait a minute.
Hell yeah, they is. I ain't even gonna lie, hell yeah, they is, especially in Atlanta. And I'm like,
You lying.
Especially Rashad Jamal.
Bro,
Let's do it.
That's why I be like, bro, y'all niggas don't lost our mind. The man got caught in the house. Hold on, not him. That was the other nigga. But y'all see what his charges is? Nature Boy. But y'all see what Rashad charges is too? I'm like, y'all niggas tripping. I ain't even
They in
gonna
the
lie.
same boat.
Niggas fuck with Jamal and that other nigga the same way, bro. I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. In Atlanta, bro. That's why I be like, that's why I ain't even gonna lie, I be on other like channels and shit, and I be listening to them, and they be actually talking about Rashad Jamal and Nature Boy, and I be like, but they be putting them in a good light, and I be like, hold on, y'all tripping. This man, one of the men gave damn near the whole goddamn house goddamn STDs.
Dang.
The fuck wrong with y'all?
And he openly admits that he done had sex with men and all this other weird ass shit. I mean, I'm just saying in general. Like, come on.
About Nature Boy.
Yeah, that's Nature Boy. But
yeah,
Rashad
Nature Boy. Yeah.
They on his nuts too, but I don't know what to say about his shit, bro. But I still think it's the same thing. These niggas following these cult worshipers.
Yeah, it's all a cult at the end of the day, though.
Ain't it weird though how these guys are all in the same line of business? They have some type of affiliation with
all the ideologies come from the Nuwapians. They really is some shit.
And they got
all
the
that
same
shit come from that.
practices.
That Scientology.
Y'all gotta think about what got Malcolm X really killed. What he said, what he put out to actually for Elijah Muhammad. What did he put out and said was what that man was doing?
Mm-hmm.
He said he had three 12 years old around him, and the parents knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
It ain't had nothing to do with the with what they talking about. Oh, Elijah Muhammad had more than one wife. Nah, he was talking about pedophilia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they made it obvious what it was, but
well, in the movie they was trying to make it seem like he was mad because he had more than one woman and he was being adulterous. They said the women were young, but they didn't go into pedophilia. Fuck all that, they young. This nigga's a pedophile.
Yeah, they do that. They downrated that shit so easy, so far. And you know what? I want to say, fuck you, Rashad. I want to say, fuck you, Rashad.
What you mean?
All right? You know you didn't have to come on me with that dog face shit, dog.
Huh?
You didn't have to come up here with that dog face shit, dog.
That lawyer would crawl on the floor right now.
Nigga, you
What?
know what you
That's
fucking
that's 4-5, nigga.
dog face. That's 4-5.
That's 4-5, nigga.
What?
That nigga
Damn, my
smoking
nigga.
dust.
I'm
My
trying to
bad,
walk
dog.
away from the phone. I hear my name, nigga. What? Nigga,
Angel
what I do?
dust.
The doctor up there. I'm Dr. Antron, bro. What are you talking about?
Dr. Antron.
I don't see the names on there, man. Hey, fuck you, 4-5.
This nigga Lord said, yeah,
We may got the diagnosed lawyer real quick. What this
Yeah, that nigga
fuck
got
you,
that.
Sean.
Well, fuck you dirty motherfucking Jesuit.
I wanted to say it so I wouldn't forget it, but I didn't mean it, man. I was talking about whoever had the dog face. You know
you good, Lord. You know you good, Lord.
I
can take your troll.
right now, man.
But yeah, y'all go ahead. I'm listening.
But you know that there's people saying that man was he pled guilty under duress and all of that bullshit. These guys, man.
Who did?
Oh, there's a shitload of people.
That's what they said about Malachi York.
Yeah, so he was under duress. It was COINTELPRO that got him in the position he's in.
What? Okay, now wait. This the problem that I don't like niggas to do. Stop giving me now that I've really studied Malachi York, can't no Nuwapia nigga, anybody that agree with this nigga, follow this stupid ass motherfucker, or got anything positive to say about me, say anything about, well, you know, he tried to do something with the paperwork of his trial or nothing. Like, listen to who the man said he is. Right or wrong, lawyer?
Yeah, you're right.
Why are you telling me about an unfair trial? Why are you telling me about what you just said they tried to do? Say it one more time, lawyer.
They made him testify under duress.
You say under duress, right? They tried to make him testify under. Listen, this is a nigga who walked through walls, lawyer. Why are you talking to me about him being under duress? Do you understand what I'm saying, lawyer? That's a whole. That's a fallacious, whatever you want to say it, fallacy, phallic, dick in the face ass statement. Stupid ass niggas. Talk about he was under duress. That nigga walked through fucking walls. My nigga, what are you talking about?
That nigga thought he was Harry Potter.
How the fuck is this? Wait a minute. I'd have raised my hand in the court. Rashad Jamal, all you stupid ass niggas that want to come out and talk about some, yeah, but he only said he guilty because he was under duress. Why? Why would you have all of these magical powers if the motherfucking people could just grab your body up, put you in front of the judge, and make you say you guilty of a crime you didn't do when you could literally levitate? Hold on, wait a minute. You mean to tell me in the whole time you did that shit, the alien said, yeah, it's a reason why you got to get up here and say you guilty of touching on a bunch of little kids and, you know, anally pulverizing people and shit like that. It's a reason why you say you're guilty for that. But guess what? When you say we not gonna come visit you before the trial, Bank. We not gonna visit you, but once your ass get locked up, yeah, we gonna pull the spaceship up.
Don't throw me in there, my nigga.
You gotta throw that nigga in that motherfucker and throw away
What
the
that
key.
nigga Bank said, hey, Bank, the alien told that nigga, once you get locked up, we gonna pull the spaceship up for you, homie, and then we gonna go on a magical adventure.
Take the soul out the body, leave the body in the cell.
But that shit just like Jesus' story. He did all these miracles, and all of a sudden you let these niggas just capture and kill you.
Yeah.
You did all these miracles, but then you let these niggas capture and kill you.
Hey, some nigga in the chat talk about the nigga never testified at trial.
Who said
that? Might be a Nuwapian though, man. He got one.
It look like a Moor. He got a Moorish name in that bitch.
He ain't wake anyone up, in my opinion. I ain't seen nobody say that in the chat. He ain't
bro, this nigga got a crazy.
But guess what,
though?
He
a Nuwapian.
If you want, hey, guess what? Cause there go that link. I don't see who said it. What it say? And the truth determined, in fact, he was not Harry Dan Potter. Can you make the idiot sound like he knows something? Blah, blah. Oh, you talking about the black Jim? That's what you talking about?
No, it's a nigga named Lugar Kiri.
Oh, you see that
name?
It's
Luke Kang and Fury Fist on that bitch.
Lugar Key and G Key. Cheese curve.
It's the only nigga that ain't ranked up. You don't see that nigga?
Hell no, I don't see that nigga.
He got you blocked.
You must got me blocked then, cuz.
Hey, hit the link, man.
I put a message in the back chat. Look in the back chat. Yeah. I copied it and put it in the back.
Yeah, I see it where it say, but Malachi York never. I never see that.
At the trial.
Yeah, never testified. Yeah, what okay, I said he said Malachi York never testified at trial. Yeah, what the fuck that got to do with anything?
Nigga, confessions come on paper, not at a trial.
That's what I'm just gonna say. Look, what do testifying have to do with anything? Listen, I'm sick of people who never been in and listen, whether if you've been on either side of court proceedings, right? Me, I've been a defendant more times. So I say all that to say this. In most cases, when you go into court, the last person that the lawyer want to put on the stand is the person that's being charged with the crime. Am I lying? Or is anybody else unfamiliar with this practice?
Nah, that's a fact.
For all the dumbass people who ain't never been in no litigation, when they always be like, shit, if I ever get caught with a crime and they put me in the court, I'm gonna tell my judge, I'm gonna tell my lawyer, shit, I don't care what he talking about. Let me get on the stand and tell him the truth. I'll keep telling y'all, the court system is not about the truth. It's about what the fuck you can prove, goddammit. That's why the lawyer keep telling y'all stupid motherfuckers, nah, you can't get on the stand, cuz you trying to get up there and tell the truth. We trying to win, nigga, and the truth ain't necessarily in the win right now, my nigga.
Yeah, that shit gonna get your ass more years.
Mm-hmm. The truth gonna get your ass 30 years, nigga, from 3 months.
Death penalty.
Put that nigga to death penalty. Bubble gum and shit, nigga.
So I don't know too much. I don't know shit about Malachi York, but when he say never testified, like what is he alluding to? Like,
no, that's my homie Chuck. Okay, I know what Chuck's saying. And shout out to the homie Chuck Morgan. So man, now I get what he.
You got that name from all them letters? How you do that?
This nigga crazy as fuck.
I went to his page, I think, and that's what it is. Hold on, just so I can make sure. But that was a funny joke.
They got an authenticator. It'll actually show you who it is, bro. If you authenticate his name or some shit like
that. That's my homie Chuck Morgan. Chuck Morgan is a brother. Shout out to Chuck. If you want to come up here, it's all to the good. Chuck Morgan is a brother that came on one of the first lives, or the first live I did. He was a part of the New Wapians back in the day. and he was one of the ones that when he found out about what Dr. York was doing, he condemned him. He followed the trial. He gained all the information that he can gain from the victims, and basically persecuted the man. So now that I know that's Chuck, I know that what he's saying is that he never took the stand, meaning that if he's this person that he's claiming he is, and he's as smart as he claims he is, he's a god, he's above all these processes, he should have been the first one to get on the stand to proclaim his innocence. I get that. Chuck, what's good with it, brother?
Tone of the message in the text message, man.
Yeah. It's the context of the person. Once I know who's saying it, then it helped me understand the context of it. I think that's what you was trying to say, Chuck. But you could speak for yourself as soon as you get your mic situated. What's up with it, bro?
Salute, Chuck.
All right. We're gonna let Mr. Morgan get that thing together. But yeah, that's pretty much what we were saying about.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, we good?
Oh, we good. On point. Check this out. Hold on real quick. On point, listen up in the chat. You got your YouTube playing in the background too, Mr. Morgan. Hold on real quick. On point, listen up in the chat. You got your YouTube playing.
Yeah. I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
No problem. Now listen, on point. Malachi York did not have a Jewish lawyer. He had a bunch of lawyers, one of which happened to be Jewish. The main lawyer was a black man. I got all this information from the good brother Chuck Morgan, who on here right now. Went to look it all up. It's true. He had a lawyer team, sort of like O.J. Simpson. You feel me, loyal?
Mm-hmm.
O.J. had a lawyer team. He had a main lawyer, which was Johnny Cochran, right?
Yeah.
The lawyer right next to Johnny Cochran was Kim Kardashian father, right? Rob Kardashian, right?
Yeah.
And a couple more white people, correct?
Yeah.
Now listen, here go the cold part. The reason why I even draw the parallel to O.J. Simpson, because O.J. Simpson had a black lawyer trying to defend him, and on the other side of it, what type of prosecutor was trying to prosecute him?
Black.
A black one.
Really?
Terrence Darby, the same black dude that was the motherfucking lawyer for Shitty Cuz, who killed motherfucking Nipsey Hussle. That's the same dude that tried to prosecute O.J. Simpson. Am I wrong in saying that, or am I making that up? Yes.
I thought it was a white dude.
It was a white lady. It was a white lady and a black man. And remember, they found out they was in a relationship or some shit later. Yeah.
Marsha Clark and
Marsha Clark, Darden.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Darden. There you go. But I say all that to say that that's the same parallel with the Malachi York case. He had a black lawyer, and there was a black prosecutor trying to prosecute him. Go ahead, Mr. Morgan, with that statement about him not taking the stand. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Well, real fast. The reason I use that other account because I do language classes under that lady one. I just happened to be listening to your show while I was typing up something, and that's when I left the comment. But my point to it was York had several tapes out because when we was going under the banner of the United Nawabian Nation of Moors, and everything was centered around court jurisdiction, how to present yourself in court at a trial, what you say, what you don't say, Miranda rights, etc. He, in spite of all that he taught on that, in fact, even had two books that he wrote called The Constitution of the United Nawabian Nation of Moors that we used, that we were supposed to carry. So if we were ever involved in a traffic stop, if the police rolled up on us, we knew what to say, how to send, what. It was all outlined in the publication.
Right.
All right. And when I stated that, it was to say that, well, with all that he said and taught on that, he never spoke on his own. He never was able to speak at trial,
He always
other
had
than
to be
saying that,
under the lawyer. Got you.
yeah, aside from when the judge asked him if he understood some of the things that were said about him, he just said that he respects, although I respect your role as the judge, I myself would like to be held in the custody of my tribe, the Yamasee Native Americans, because he claimed to be a sovereign Native American. This is before the talk of he being a Liberian diplomat that they're running with now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so
So yeah,
now
I just
wait a
wanted
minute.
to add that in.
So now they saying he is a from
Maybe that-
Liberia and a diplomat for Liberia. Man, come on, y'all go keep on.
Bro, hold up. Everything after after he got convicted, then they moved to he being a Liberian diplomat, and that he was no longer born in Sudan, but that he was born in Ghana, West Africa.
Oh, come.
So is he trying to
Brother.
get diplomatic immunity?
Right, he's under sovereignty. That's what I'm saying, sovereignty.
Yeah.
How you doing, Sister Demi? So that's what he's trying to do.
Peace.
He trying to hustle for the sovereignty. To your point, lawyer, he is trying to get some type of diplomatic immunity. That's what that is.
Yeah. And they've been dealing with that for years, ciphering money out of the organization or what's left over of it, and trying to gather funds for his repatriation to the country of Liberia or Ghana, West Africa.
Wow.
So millions of dollars had been raised since the trial, dealing with this whole sovereignty thing.
What?
Sort of like the same thing Israel got. Israeli citizens, if they get caught up over here, they just go back home. Shitload of pedophiles been doing that shit. He's trying to do the same thing. Crazy.
So the brother not FBA.
I just wanted to his ID. You can get an ID, your whole ID changed.
So you get your whole ID changed?
Yeah, you can get it. Yeah, you can get that. I mean, actually, if he's really under that, he's not really supposed to be in jail. But I just want to know what kind of type of ID did he hold at the time?
Nah, he go. This the problem when they keep saying if he didn't do what he did, if he was a sovereign person or he was this, he was that, he wouldn't really be in jail. I think the point people miss when they talk about like sovereignty and your rights as a natural person, free will and all of that stuff, admiralty law, maritime law, all of that shit, right? It's still predicated on the assumption of the fact that you're not doing a crime, like what's literally considered criminal, meaning an offense to another person. You feel me, Demi? So it's like,
yes.
In order for me to argue that, I have to argue from the point of y'all doing a crime to me, a person who's not doing no criminal offense to nobody. Y'all is literally fucking kidnapping me, doing shit to me under duress, and I've done nothing. You see what I mean? Or it's some simple shit, traffic stop or something, to where you're making a crime out of something that's never been a crime, like collecting rainwater or things like that, right? You molested babies, cuz then got on the stand and never said you was innocent. You just said that y'all don't got the right to be charging me because I'm part of the Yamasee tribe and you ain't got you. Them folks looking at you like, bitch, that's only for niggas who innocent and don't do shit to people. Like, I don't know what world you living in smoking crack, Mr. York, but nah, you can't pull that off, criminal, man. Yeah, now you in here with the pirates, nigga, because you out there doing piracy. Ain't that how that work, Demi?
Yes.
You're doing piracy, nigga. Now you got to come into the court with your peers, nigga, Mr. Pirate. You want to pirate over people. Now you finna get judged like us. The only people who can claim what you claiming is niggas who ain't doing no piracy. Obviously, you ain't coming in here saying you innocent, so sit your ass in that motherfucking corner and wait for us to give you this 135 on the 9 side of the game, nigga. There go your symbolism right there. 135 years, nigga. Now you a part of the non-ether gang. Go ahead, nigga. Hey.
He a non-ether.
He a non-ether being
A
now.
non-ether
Yes,
30.
supreme being.
He's
That's the
accountable
supreme
for
That's
being.
some
130
great mathematics
years.
for that bitch
Yes.
ass nigga right there. For real. He got his supreme mathematics.
He got that nigga on record for 135 years.
The nigga all 12 missing DNA strands.
Oh man, listen, man. So really, that's really what it all boiled down to. I appreciate, and then I appreciate Mr. Morgan coming with these real facts, because
Yes.
This man say he come from a planet called Risque, RIZQ,
Right.
by way of.
That's damning, nigga.
Do you hear this shit, man?
That's not
These
supportive.
niggas say I come from Risque by way of Nibiru. That's like, yeah, I come from Chicago by way of Detroit. Yeah, my mama. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, nigga?
The Anunnaki, the bloodline of the Anunnaki.
Did you know Risque right there by planet Woo Wapty, man. Yeah, man.
Shit get risky out here, so I'm from the planet.
Hey, listen, imagine 3 black ass aliens with afros and reptilian faces talking to each other. Yeah, what the hey, man? You look just like my
The
cousin.
long neck aliens.
You look like my cousin Malachi from planet Risque, man. Like, oh, you talk about York. Yeah, man. Yeah, over there by the Nibiru. Yeah, man. You look like him. Yeah, I fuck with York, man, and all them niggas. No, I ain't from the Nibiru. I'm from planet Namakamuka, nigga. Yeah, all my people from down there. Yeah, tell York I said what's up. What's going on with him? Damn, all the humans got him locked up on Earth. Yeah, man. Shit, why he ain't just float up out his cell yet, man? You know he got the Anunnaki blood. You know we do that. Oh, they told him he can't do it because of the order from the. Yeah, you know, when you get orders from the prince, you can't just go walking through walls. You know, you gotta wait for him to give you the decree before you really walk through the wall. You know what I'm saying? But it's all right. I'll let you later, cuz I'm finna go catch my spaceship on back to Nibiru now, man. I'll holler at you later. All right.
The brother ain't FBA. That's just pretty like that.
Hey, stop the violence. You're right. Risque is the planet where Bambaataa show was talking about Planet Rock. That's exactly what he was talking about, nigga. He was going right to Planet Risque, nigga. Talking about some rock, Planet Rock.
Yeah,
so Sonic
Force. Get risky up there in Risque, boy. You ain't never been to Risque? Shit get risky up there, boy.
Nah.
Very risky motherfuckers out there, you know.
What the hell going on?
I'm finna tell you what's going on. Hold on.
Shit Locke's talking about, that's a damn shame.
I just have a question. Since people was aiding him, no one else got charged.
Hey sis, that's a great point, right? But here go the problem with these organizations. Like I said yesterday, no matter what you want to call your organization, religiously, for identifying with the government, it all has to either be filed as not for profit or non-profit. You follow me, sis?
Yes.
Once you do that, that's when all the tax exemptions come in, whether it's a tribe, whether it's Malachi Nuwapians, whether Hebrew Israelite, all of that, etc. By them doing that unties them from any type of RICO act. You see what I'm saying? The same thing like with somebody like Young Thug. He can get charged with a RICO act because once he make that gang and he don't incorporate it properly, you know what I'm saying? Then it could be looked at as illicit things, right? Once illicit things happen and you're not incorporated, they can say, well, this is a criminal organization. And if we can say that the man at the top or whatever, all these parts is working, we can start wrapping everything up at once, right? Because it ain't no ties to nothing. Basically, we can't see where any money would go if somebody wanted to get killed or anything, just speaking hypothetically. Within these organizations, by them being 501c3, no matter what they call each other, like imam or archdiocese or whatever, it still get put down as an employee on the 501c3 paperwork. So you still just viewed as an employee. You feel me? Per tax. So as an employee, you're a separate entity from the organization. That's why you can get hired, fired, all of that stuff. That's why 9 times out of 10, ask any of these people that become a part of these groups, they need first and last name, date of birth, social security card. Even whether if you're going into a tribe, whether if you're going into the church, Islam, Catholic, you feel what I'm saying? Pan-African, they need that information so they can file your ass because you're an employee now. And once I file you as an employee, because if you go out here and say you're a part of this group, then I gotta file you as an employee. Because if you do something, then I could just excommunicate you from the group and just say, well, that's an individual incident. Even if the individual incidents happen all the time, I could just always say, well, these just people that we just happen to be bringing in the organization, like the Catholic Church.
Right.
And you can't never just charge the Catholic Church with a RICO because they're a 501c3 organization who've already stated their bylaws. You see, why you think 501c3, the bylaws, your mission statement and all that shit got to be so pertinent. That way, anybody moving forward, do anything outside of that, you could have it written in concrete that this is not our decree. We don't stand for that type of thing. You see what I'm saying? So that person was operating outside of our code of conduct.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, brother.
So York was convicted. Of course, we already know that. His main wife or girlfriend, Kathy Johnson, who was his co-defendant, she pled guilty and served 2 years in prison. And I think she just got off probation. Then there was 2 other sisters, Chandra Lampkin, Khadija Merritt, and then there was another girl, Esther Cole. They were all, because each one of them pled guilty, and they were just put on probation. They were the ones that were arrested with York, and after he had pled guilty, they subsequently turned themselves in.
And they were charged. What were their charges?
Kathy Johnson was charged with digitally penetrating minors, aiding and abetting York.
Whoa! Are you
Wow. That's sick. What in the world?
The technical term is digitally penetrating. That's fingering.
That's fingers, right? Yeah, listen, that's why I caught what he was saying. Your digits, your hands. Listen.
Oh, okay.
The reason why I was saying that shit the other day about once you really go into the why these people had this non-empathy for this situation, right? In my estimation, because once you really go into the files and the witness testimony and the statements that these folks made, and you hear shit like pulverized anus,
right,
your heart go drop.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. If you think that what you just heard about the digit, and now once you start hearing Pink Panther doll with penises sold on it in a child's playroom, yeah, shit get different over there at the Malachi York compound. So that's why I kind of get touchy when niggas be like, well, I don't know exactly, what if they set them up? Because who knows? Like, nigga, you can know. Same way your ass know that the motherfucking satellites ain't real, same way that you know that the moon landing didn't happen, nigga. You know all that shit, nigga. Why you don't know this?
Once you see a Pink Panther doll with a dildo on that bitch in the kids' room, boom. That's a light bulb right there, my nigga. So I understand exactly what you're saying. So it wasn't hard to find out what the man was actually doing.
Nigga, that's a flash grenade. That's like fuck a light bulb, Rashard. That's a Call of Duty flash. Nigga, the whole room go blind off that. What?
Facts, nigga.
You can't even walk in somebody's house regular and just see that sitting somewhere and not act like weird shit ain't going on. Fuck the kids' room. Why you even got this in the first place?
So there's no video. Was there any ever videos or pictures
Okay,
of
2 points on
anything?
that. 2 points. The videos that were taken and the photographs that were taken, they were taken in upstate New York. Um, at the trial, Habiba Washington was told to destroy all the videos and the pictures before coming down to Georgia. The videos that they did confiscate was some adult porn and some kiddie porn that corroborated the testimonies of a few of the some of the male um, um, victims when they testified. That's if you go to one of the videos, did an interview in one of the shows on it's in one of it's Tadic Noel. We were talking with him and he went into it, and then we were able to get more information on it. And on that one, he and I both read from the trial transcripts that were sealed. He, of course, is doing the role that he played at the trial, meaning when he testified, and I was reading what the York's attorneys when he was cross-examining him regarding that. Um, so, um, yeah, those the video footage. As a matter of fact, it's in that article. Matter of fact, let me put it in the article. Put it in the back chat. Maybe you can pull it up.
Okay.
In addition to the Pink Panther doll, was also Bernie. What is it? The blue Sesame Street. What was it called? Bernie.
Bert and Ernie?
Barney,
Yeah, they had that was
Bart,
another
and
one of the
Ernie.
dolls that was confiscated as well.
Lord, Doc
And
Trick
the
was
Pink Panther doll goes all the way back to Brooklyn, and that's why everybody already knew about it. It wasn't anything new to the people who were, part of the cult at that time. But it was one of the main pieces of evidence that came out at the trial that had everybody shocked because it corroborated much of the testimonies of that doll being present as one of the one of the methods by
Mm.
which he used to um, you know loosen or lower some of their inhibitions when it came to that stuff.
It's a symbolism. That Pink Path is a symbolism? Mm.
No, it wasn't I don't know if it's symbolic, other than the fact that York used to tell us, and even said it on some of the True Light tapes, that Peter Sellers was one of his favorite actors, who was of course,
who was the
the
original
star
Pink
in the
Panther?
Pink Panther.
Yeah, because Pink Panther was a real detective. Then it went to
Yes.
a child's cartoon.
Cartoon, okay.
Where they made it like a real Panther. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
He was
Inspector Clouseau.
Yeah, he was Clouseau. That's right, Clouseau.
Mhm.
Detective Clouseau. Yeah, Inspector Clouseau. There you go. Woo, hey. This ain't for the faint of heart, y'all. We finna get through this right here. Because
And before you play that,
this
if before you play that, if I can get your email, I want to send you at least
I
one
got
of
you. I'm
these
gonna put it in the
trial
back chat.
transcripts so you'll have it. And
Yes.
if you ever
Let me
need to
put that
pull it
in the
up,
back
use
chat
it.
right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure you get that.
So let me add this.
That way, that'll
This
put
shit
you
just
in the trial yourself, and you can evaluate based on the cross
That's
examination, direct
right. That's right.
examination, and the evidence that was brought out. There was over 300 pieces of evidence that was used against you.
Damn,
but
three.
you
Golly.
you know how R. Kelly used to wake them hoes up in the house. Well, I ain't gonna say hoes, them ladies up in the house with
Hold up,
that
man.
Holes are
song. What
real.
was that? What's that song he used to wake them up every morning with? That what's that damn little happy little song he got? But is that just like in the Dr. York case when them little kids hear that Pink Panther song, they already know what time it is?
Oh my God.
Oh,
I'm just keeping it real.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
Might
Makes
be.
I'm just
sense.
asking. I don't know.
that nigga thick, man.
I know.
That what I'm saying,
Loyal.
Lloyd. That shit is
I
sick,
know this
bro.
much. Y'all ain't ready to go here with it. See, I put my motherfucking email in the back. This is why the motherfucking Nuwapians don't want to get into this case. Because when these folks get to talking like this, I don't think y'all ready for this. I'm finna listen. We finna go through this right here. Prosecutor. You stated earlier that Mr. York attempted to penetrate your anus with his penis. Did Mr. York ever actually perform anal sex on you? No. Did he ever tell you to put you in him? Yes. Did you do that? Yes. Where did this take place? In the downstairs bedroom. In his house? Yes. This. Now, I know y'all might be like, well, what's the relevancy of this? From my assumption, am I correct, Mr. Morgan? This person who's asking these questions, he was a minor at the time, correct?
He was well at the trial. He was an adult, but his he was molested at age 7.
That's what I'm saying. When
Yeah,
he
that was
I
in
know at
upstate
the
New York.
trial he was an adult, but I'm saying he's
Yeah.
speaking about experiences that happened when he was a child, right?
Yes. Yes.
So that's why I want y'all to understand how strong you got to be to say this, because this is a grown man talking about his childhood experiences.
This is the person that you see on the video with Polite in the park on the bench talking.
Wow.
Oh shit,
Shout
that's the
out.
brother he told that he would still
Yes.
have to
Yes.
support him. Get the
And
fuck
shout out
on,
to
man.
my sister Oya B. That's the sister Oya Gold. That's her brother, man. So shout out to her too. This is her
Yes.
brother. She was also a sister that was, in the cult, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah, this is what happened. This is what happened, Loyal. 7 years old, Loyal. You hear what I'm
Mm,
saying? 7 years old.
mm.
Being told what to do by the man that they view as God. When they would do these sex acts, did he say or whisper during the sex act? That was the time when he told me I was pretty.
Oh my God, I'm
At that
done.
time,
Y'all go ahead.
and when wait a minute, make clear. At this when he's making, if you read the context in the trial transcript, he was at this time when this event took place. He was aged 13.
God damn.
So he was a 13, 14-year-old at that time when
Man.
York see, when York was having sex with the boys, that was something that he kept with it. From what we've read in the testimonies and from talking to them, he didn't usually mix the two. So if he's going to have like a boy orgy, he's going to have a certain group within that circle. Like in the case of Kathy Johnson or Khadijah Merritt, they would jerk them off first or suck them off, and then York would participate because he had to make sure that they incriminated themselves first before he starts to make this move in these little group sessions.
Y'all hear this?
Mm.
Y'all hear this?
Man, this is
Yeah, yeah, I'm listening.
blasphemy.
This shit, and so when I'm telling you why I'm stepping so hard on Rod Hayes, Empress, Red Bird, and all these other goofies that's still trying to keep this nigga going, cause look at they not even saying, they keep talking about trumped up charges. What's trumped up about this?
These are victims, man. This is sick.
I'm gonna say this: if anybody taking up for this man, I'm assuming that you either got your ass played with too, and you ain't trying to actually come out with the truth, or you still doing it. You still
Right.
doing
You're
it.
part of it.
You part of it, bro. That's why that RICO Act should have brought. Because of course the RICO Act go after the mob bosses, go after the top dog. But that RICO Act should have brought everybody who was involved in that shit in there, bro.
If you can pull up the article, I think you can get
Yep.
more information and it can be a little more clear too. And the illustration kind of bring people a little closer to the reality of it, I guess.
Okay. Let me see the article.
You put it in the back chat.
You say you put it in the back chat? Is it the one that says, ask the Nuwapians, was Malachi York a man of miracles or a master of mental
Oh, I see.
manipulation?
Okay. Yeah, I put the video. Let me grab the article. Hold on.
Okay, no problem. No problem. I'm gonna let him go grab that article real quick, man. I'm take that share screen off because I don't even want to see
That
that
nigga
shit.
is a master
Man.
manipulation of pedophilia.
God. Damn.
I'm
Rod
just
Hayes.
wondering, is this
Hold
a
on.
yeah,
You
Rod
talking about
Hayes?
this
Oh my God.
Rob Hayes? Who is it? You talking about this new nigga who came in the like in the black, like in the community probably about 3-4 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
The
God.
nigga that
Are
said he
y'all
was cool.
serious?
He over with. He over with. He down with.
Okay,
He down with. He's the one. Him and Young Elder are the ones that's leading the free Malachi York charge, along with Empress Redbird. I want to say on the it's a lot of people that's in the mainstream too, like 19 Keys and
not Black Magic. That nigga that run that page.
what's the lady that wrote
363.
Queen? I don't want to put Queen the Fool out there, but I want to say Queen the Fool too. God damn it, she trying to like tiptoe around it. Like it's a lot of them that.
What about them red pill brothers, the blue pill brothers, the red?
Yeah, they ain't necessarily coming out saying free Malachi York. But you know, when you ask them about the situation, just like the sister on Sanchez, they'll say, well, you do know the government does have a history of setting people up, and you know there are things that are you feel me? Phase one, yeah. Listen,
that's the
Augie.
hijack.
Augie, check this out, Augie. I see you in the chat. I tagged phase one. I told anybody to go get bodybuilder man or anybody that wanna go get him to stand in front of me, Mr. Morgan, or the sister that was actually in that organization. And just see where it go. Because if he fighting this hard for Malachi York, right, then he should have no problem coming up here and refuting this shit that we saying, but it's irrefutable. And I would like to see you try. I like to see y'all try because all the speculation that y'all doing is literally, listen to me, Augie. The whole train of them trying to get free Malachi York and get motherfuckers back on that is not because they actually think they will get him free. It's because the real proof of Malachi York is mired in so much fiction and mythology that they can literally in real time try to deify this man, create some type of heroism or scapegoatism around him, build his platform and his pedestal back up, and begin to monetize and suck people right back into that stupid ass system.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you got to understand that people have stores and they're still selling that propaganda information, still selling them books. That's money. So they got to save that man's legacy, or at least clean it up in some sense, because that's part of why they changed their names from Nuwapians to Sabaeans, because the name Nuwapian is attached to York, and York's name is attached to Smut.
Thank you. Thank you. It's literally about rebranding. They in a rebranding mode right now.
But they still keep the Nuwapians out. They still keep the Nuwapians because all over IG, that's all you see.
Shit, because listen,
it's the Nuwapians.
If we could find we're in the age right now, sis, where them same $10 and $15 champion hoodies that we used to get out of Burlington are now $60 to $100 because of rebrand. Because people forgot that those were hoodies that we get for $10. It's the same thing with Malachi York. They have bided their time in the sewers like little rats for as long as they can to let a few generations die off and come into fruition. Now we got this new youth that don't really know too much about Malachi York, and as people start to tap into what they call consciousness or want to know something new about themselves, I can hey read up on this brother and all of that. And if it's just like anything else, sis, if your first step into consciousness was say Phil Valentine, right? And you was just so beholden to Phil Valentine breaking down just barriers in your mind on something, it'll be hard for you to let Phil go if you found something out about Phil. So they attach to the young energy first because they know if I can, that's like getting a hold of that virgin. If I'm the first one that can imprint, they'll never let me go. I'll always be the one that's like you hear them on these panels now, bro. If it wasn't for you, I would have never unlocked my mind. I would have never blah blah blah. I would have never do that.
Right.
And now you just go ahead, sis.
No, I just think it's a part of a bigger organization because I even heard Isis Wisdom is in on these child trafficking.
I could believe it. I don't know, allegedly. But I could believe anything. Because when it comes down to it, if you're a part of a group that's literally been linked, a cult group that's not been only linked to pedophilia and child endangerment, proven prosecuted to child endangerment, why then at that point do we gotta, go through the rigmarole of giving you more children to see if you will do right by them?
Right.
Your history is already proven. So I gotta say allegedly because you particularly as an individual ain't proven, but as an organization and how y'all operate and the shit y'all done, yeah, it's nasty work over there. Very, very nasty. And it's a whole new group of niggas that's coming up pushing that same bullshit, talking about the government did this and the government did that, while at the same time not taking the direct court paperwork and going like, you see right here where the dude said they had the song on Pink Panther, that's a lie because it is. Why you just can't do that? You see right here where the girl said that he held her down and raped her. Nope, that's a lie because it is. You see right here where it said pulverized anus and he asked to put it in his anus and all. Yeah, talk like that because that's how strong these children that are now grown is willing to come out and say this shit, and they ain't mixing no words. They saying it very matter of factly, and y'all looking in the sky and going, oh well, I don't know if y'all don't even want to touch that shit.
Right.
That's some strong shit. That's why I said as a man or a woman to come out and say that's happening, that takes some strong shit in you. It takes a special type of person just to sit there and read through it. So if you believe, but guess what though? If I was somebody who knew for a fact that my people ain't did that shit, I'd be looking at that shit saying, nope, that's a lie because this say 12 o'clock and he was at my house at motherfucking 12 o'clock. Nope, this a lie, but I wouldn't be going. I wouldn't be giving a fuck what you said. I'd be sitting there looking at all the foul shit you saying and say, this a lie because of this, that's a lie because of that, this a lie because of this, and proving the lies to be wrong, right?
Right.
Not just going, well, that's pseudo, and they could just make up anything, and trumped up charges. Trumped up charges, stupid shit like that. I don't even think they know what the definition of trumped up charges is. Trumped up charges mean when they catch you with crack, instead of them giving you the normal 1 to 3, they give your ass 5 to 15. That don't mean you didn't have crack. That just mean that they slammed your ass.
To the book entry.
Thank you, loyal. So when they say trump up charges, that don't got nothing to do with you being innocent. It got something to do with them saying we throwing a book at your goofy ass. We don't give a fuck what the minimum for this shit could have been, nigga. You're getting the max.
Exactly.
Mr. York, who thought you was finna, who thought Mr. York who pleaded guilty to this shit because he thought he was only gonna get 15 years. That's what they mean by trumped up charges. He went from 15 to 135. The feds weren't going. The feds sink them motherfucking 40 counts and 32 counts and all that shit. Oh, hell no, nigga. Get your goofy ass in the fucking, you doing this to 6 and 17-year-olds.
You up under the jail, nigga. Up under that bitch.
Would he have gotten more if he went to trial? It would have been a long out. It would have been another.
That's how they got him to agree to it. That's why they got him to say, if you go to trial, you know you're gonna get more. So you might as well just let us know what it is right now. And you just figure you're gonna get off through it with charisma and a smile and
now listen, according to Mr. Morgan, though, Loyal, check this out. The video, remember we watched that video the other day of him in court pleading guilty, right?
Mm-hmm.
According to Mr. Morgan, that was the state trial. You follow me? You follow me, Lloyd?
That was a state hearing.
The state hearing.
He didn't go to the state because the state put the guilty plea in dead docket, and then the federal government brought in a superseding indictment against York, which went to trial the following year in 2004.
So that's what happened, Lawyer. The state agreed to the plea deal. It was a dead docket. They accepted it, and they accepted his guilty plea. 15 years. It's accepted.
Yeah.
40 counts. You heard all the counts they read out. They accepted 15 years, but then the feds got it. Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
Just what you saw with what York had agreed to and everything that we hear, the severity of it and the most time that he could get for each count, that still would have to be dealt with it at a hearing, because he pled guilty. The judge accepted the guilty plea. So depending on the judge or jury, it wouldn't even have to go to trial, because he has not withdrawn that guilty plea in the state. So it's being dead docketed. Anytime you hear a Nuwaubian say something like, he's going to be exonerated, he's going to be coming out, because they did try to get 4 presidents to sign on and have York released. That's how far it went. Trump, Bush, Obama twice. They wanted to get him on clemency, and I forget the other thing was. And every avenue failed. Everything failed in trying to spring this man from accepting his responsibilities for molesting kids and fucking their heads up. So if he were to be released tomorrow, he would immediately have to go to Georgia and deal with the state charges that he pled guilty to.
And that's a 15-year minimum.
Yeah, Georgia gonna fry that. So
if you remember when the judge was reading out that for each count he could get 20 years.
Yep. And that was 40 counts. That was like 70 some counts, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It was reduced down to 70. It was about 200, because it wasn't 200 individual persons. It wasn't 200 individual persons. It was those sex acts that were performed on those people who were the listed victims in that small circle. So he wouldn't have to, because like when he was convicted in the federal on 11 of 13. I forget what count 8 he was acquitted on, and count 13 he was acquitted. And one was transporting minors across when they went from Georgia to Disney World, and some of the they were having little sex orgies in the hotels up in Disney World. One of the girls who was a key witness refused to testify, which is why he was acquitted on that in that case. However, after that, I don't know why they didn't even bring it back up, but because he was safely put in prison, she eventually came out and did admit to being molested by York, and that she lied about that. But that's understandable because in cases like this, children are groomed to not tell. In fact, this was brought out by every one of the victims initially, that when they were approached and they were questioned about this at the medical examination, some of them did confide with the person doing the examination that they were molested by York, and then there were others that chose not to, and eventually they all came out.
Dang.
How long did the feds did the investigation before they arrested him or charged him?
It was initially going back to 2001. That was when it was brought to their attention by one of York's ex-wives and the mother of two or three of his children, where she wrote a letter to the sheriff and the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Now, the sheriff in Edenton, Georgia, Howard Seals, the downfall started not dealing with any of this stuff. It was centered around zoning violations. That's where it initially started from, because the property at 404 Shadydale Road, it was zoned. It was zoned 19 acres is where we lived on, or people lived on, and portions of that property were zoned off for living, because you did have York live there. You had the barn. It was a barn, a dairy, because it was a dairy farm at one time. And it was purchased in 2003, and that was when we all started coming down, and some of us coming from other cities. So the men lived in the barn. There were trailers that were brought on, and silos were also brought on, which were these large containers. Like, you had, I think they had this thing where you can live in containers. They had some of those containers that and this is where it all, and I can even give you the video if you need to see it. But the problem came is when there was a TV program that did a show on them, one of those evening shows where they kind of laugh at the idea that here we have an individual who's down from out of New York, down in Georgia, and he has this he's a writer, he's into music, and he claims to be from another planet. And so it was like a tongue-in-cheek type of show. But when they had a couple of the brothers that they were interviewing, one of the guys gave them a tour of an area called Ramesses Dance Club. Ramesses Dance Club was not zoned for alcohol. It was not zoned to be a nightclub. When it was yes, and that was how the sheriff came in, because immediately the town officials saw this and it's like, what is this? Why is this property zoned for a nightclub? Because the problem really was that when all of us were coming in from DC, Florida, New York, Boston, all these cities, and we were coming in town, we went on the property and it wasn't fully completed. So a lot of that red mud that when we were coming out of there, we were going all over town, dragging mud all over the place. And it was causing problems, because you're talking about hundreds of people that came down for the Savior's Day and the grand opening of Ramesses Dance Club.
Right.
In Ramesses Dance Club, you had Blue Magic perform, Joe Tex's son, Joe Tex Jr. Who was there? Left Eye Lopez was there. Emmanuel Lewis was there. Huh?
Oh shit!
Right.
I hope you do realize that the number of
He's from Planet Risque too, man.
You do realize that York, in his being involved in the music industry, he did have a number of followers. One of the most noteworthy followers was James Ingram.
Did not know James Ingram was a Nuwapian.
I'll show you the pictures where he would come down and he has the outfit on, the whole thing. Yeah. He even released a song called Atom Ray.
Wow.
Jimmy Cliff. Man, it's like a who's who. And even at Savior's Day, when we were at the second Farrakhan Savior's Day, we were there. James Ingram was there, and the whole thing was at first when we were told not to participate in it because he didn't want it because he was always jealous of Farrakhan anyway, but he didn't want us to participate.
Farrakhan spoke good on the brother even after he got locked up. What's that about?
Farrakhan never actually really acknowledged York, and that was an irritant to York because York always found himself giving praise to Minister Farrakhan. You have this documented well in the early True Light tapes that you can find online, where he always talks about Minister Farrakhan is the speaker. He speaks better than me, he's the speaker, but I'm the writer. That was always his little thing. And yeah, his whole thing was to bridge the gap between the Nation of Islam followers under Elijah Muhammad, under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and that when Elijah Muhammad talked about there was going to be someone who was going to come that was going to drop leaflets from the sky, go to that man. That's what he was trying to push because of a speech that Elijah Muhammad gave in the back shortly before he passed. And so York was trying to bait some of his followers, grab some of the Nation of Islam's followers, some of the ex-followers, more Science Temple, and on and on and on. So you got to understand that York had a knack for exploiting people, and they didn't even know it. He'll invite certain people down, and then later you'll see their image in the publication as if they support him.
Got you. And he just took a picture with you.
Trickery.
Yeah.
Got
and just for the record, I think just to kind of give you an idea of how close he was to the music industry. York's sister, Dale York, who gave a lot of the information that was put in the pre-sentencing investigation report. Do you know who her son is?
Hell no.
Her son is Kedar Massenberg.
Who was that?
He was the president of Motown Records.
Hold on. Kadar?
Yeah.
He was the president during the 2000, right?
Yeah.
Kadar was the one who signed all the hip hop people to Motown, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now I know who you're talking
about. That is Malachi York's sister's son.
So that's Malachi York nephew. This is what. Man.
It's much deeper than
rabbit hole.
Yeah, this is
way deeper than what you know. I'm just
sharing. You know who Kadar is too, Rashad. You done heard that name before in the record music business, Kadar.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's why you'll find York in parties with what's that guy? What's the guy from Def Jam? What's his name? Russell Simmons. You'll see him with legends like Jackie Wilson's sister, Nancy Wilson. You'll find him with pictures. You'll even see him with many members from Jadelle Phonics. Matter of fact, I sat down with several of them. We would talk because whenever we would have the Savior's Day, and because we would come down, we would do security. They would just talk about some of the stories when they went on tour with Dr. York, the whole love music thing, blah blah blah, doing his tours in Europe, because that was usually where he was an opening act for them.
Wow.
That was during the time when he was under he was pretending to be an Islamic Imam Isa. During that time, he was Dr. York. And there's a video documentary on this that is difficult, if not impossible, to get, but it is out there. Last time I saw it, someone told me that it was on Amazon, not Amazon, eBay, but I wasn't able to get it. But it's called Dr. York, the Man Behind the Empire, where he's candidly being interviewed at York Records because York had a recording studio in Brooklyn. Right next to the House of Knowledge where the classes were held at Hart Street in 717 Bushwick Avenue is where the mosque was, and Hart Street was where York Records was. And when they relocated from upstate New York down to Eatonton, they brought the recording studio as well, where Jimmy Cliff and several other music artists will record, and they just changed the name from York Records to Hathor Studios.
Wow, Hathor. Oh man.
So the sheriff shut down the dance club, and that was what brought in the troubles because more and more information started coming out about this weird group that had invaded this small dairy town. Because when we were going to be coming down, this is while they were still up in upstate New York. The thing was, we were dressed as cowboys. So York's idea was that when we go to this town, we don't want to go and have niggas coming down there wearing dashikis and looking like Arabs. We didn't want to bring this kind of shocking look to people in this town. So we're going to go in and blend in with the people. And I guess
Infiltrate.
the people who did the reconnaissance
But let
missions,
me ask,
I
cause
guess
I'm
they
in
thought
Georgia.
that brothers down there were still wearing bucket hats and Stetson boots and
Yeah, that's what I was finna ask, cause motherfuckers wouldn't wearing cowboy hats and shit like that. Yeah,
No.
I'm from Georgia. I'm here in
Right.
Georgia now. Like niggas
Right.
wasn't wearing that shit, so I could have said, man, y'all just dressed as regular clothes. Don't bring in the
Right
Wapian
on.
clothes. Don't bring the cowboy shit. Just dress as a
But
regular person.
but that was what York was trying to personify because in upstate New York at the time, although we were still pretending to be Muslims in Brooklyn, he upstate because Bilal Phillips wrote this book called The Ansar Cult in America. That caused so much attention that York disbanded the a garb that we were wearing, which was the white jalabia and the whole Islamic thing, told the sisters to take the veils down and all this other stuff, right? So when we would go upstate, we were surprised because when we would go to get classes done or get where he would teach and you pick up products and bring them back to your stores, we were surprised to see that we were no longer Muslims, but that we were Hebrews. But when you were en route to Monticello, New York, which is in the Catskill Mountains, we saw that as we were entering the property, we saw multiple signs where it says you're entering Native American land. And when we finally get to when we have to go park the cars and everything, you see the celebration because it was on his birthday, usually when these things took place. And then York would come out with a white robe, but he would have the Native American brooch. He had the patches that he was selling, jackets and a whole bunch of paraphernalia. And he was now taking on the persona of being Chief Black Eagle. Maku, Chief Black Eagle of the Yamasee. No, wait, that was too soon. It wasn't Yamasee yet. That came when we went to Georgia. Upstate, we were known as the Shoshone Nubian tribe.
Oh man.
Shoshone. But I think that when people started doing the research and people let them know that Shoshone was a group tribal people in the plains, and they had that typical image of what we stereotypically see as Native Americans. He abandoned that name, and when we were settled in Georgia in Eatonton, he ultimately took on the name Yamasee of the Creek Nation, and that we were related to the Seminole, Creek, and Blackfoot. I personally did the research for him because he wanted us to do some checking so he could put it in the publication by giving us names that we had to go down to the National Archives and pull up his family, who he was saying was related to Ben York.
Who is Ben York?
Ben York accompanied Lewis and Clark on their expedition.
Got you.
So he claimed that he was Ken Ben York. And that was, matter of fact, we had T-shirts that we were selling, or he was selling, that we were pushing called Ken to Ben York. And of course, I had myself and another brother named Jafar. We had to let him know that no, none of the names that he submitted, we couldn't find any evidence of his family being related to Ben York. As a matter of fact, if you look at the book called the Black Indians. I can't remember what was the brother's name. It was called History of the Black Indians. I think everybody's familiar with it. It's kind of an orange book.
Yeah, I heard it before.
Yeah. In that book, if you look at the first page, the sister you see, what's her name was she was a Kawa. Her name was her name is coming to me. Fletcher. I can't remember the first name, but the last name was Fletcher. He was saying that was his aunt raised him.
Just some
None of
random
this stuff
lady
was
called
ever
Fletcher.
verified, but he told us that that Miss Fletcher in the first page of the History of the Black Indians book, that was his aunt, and we know that it couldn't have been his aunt. But that was what he told us. York was a hell of a storyteller, but of course, as in every case, he just never supported his claims with any verification, any evidence, any primary, nothing that we could pin it down and say, "Yep, that's true."
So have you ever met his? Have you ever met his daughter? Is it Uma? Umba?
I've never met her. I've seen many of his kids in upstate, but I've never met her personally. No.
And while all this stuff is going on,
Bear in mind that he has 80 something daughters. No. He 80 some sons. I forget how many daughters he has.
So nobody became suspicious of this guy and his.
Say again.
Nobody became suspicious of this guy and how he was changing up all these.
Can you come? It's kind of hard to hear you. I want to hear what you're saying.
I say so. That was
kind of low, Lloyd.
My bad. I'm using my headset. I was saying is that was anybody becoming suspicious of this guy because of his constant changing of names and all this stuff? Nobody became suspicious. None of his followers.
Can somebody say, because I can't hear him? Can somebody repeat what he said?
So basically, what he's saying is that during the time that people were in the group, and like as he was going through the many name changes and different hypocrisies and kind of things like that, did it draw suspicion to people? Did it start to raise suspicions?
Well, for some people it did, and they broke off. But then he had his reasoning for that was that he was taking us through schools. Case in point, there was a video called Elohim Part 1, and then there was a Part 2 called The New Covenant. And he explained that I came teaching you different schools. The first school was Christianity. The second school was Judaism, was Islam, and then there's Judaism. You can find this video still online. And then he said that once y'all understand and realize and all those things, they sound good, but that they're not real, then comes what I really want to teach, which is the science of Nuwapo. Now, what's interesting is that he put out back in 1989, there was an audio recording called Who and What Are You? And that was the first time that he openly declared that I come, and I'm quoting him, I come giving you what you think you want, so you'll learn to think on the level of what I have to give. And now you hear people still say that I come giving you what you want.
Oh, that nigga good right there. So did he?
He a master manipulator, bro.
Fuck manipulation. That's pimp shit right there. Now we getting into pimp. Dr. York was out here. Hold on, man.
Right.
Listen, I'm finna Rashard. There he go the scenario lawyer. Hold on, Mr. York. Nigga, we was Muslims last week. Now we Christians. Now you say we Hebrews. What's going on? Check this out, brother. Listen to me, brother. I have not come to just give you the information. I am the teacher. I am here to send you through all of the schools. Whereas at the final lesson, you will arrive at the grand gates of Nuwapianism, where you too will walk through a wall in your final judgment.
Walk through a
Hey,
wall,
I'm
don't
sorry.
breathe.
You're right.
Wow.
That's basically how it is. But
Yeah,
listen,
that's
Wow.
that
Mason.
was how, like I
That's
said,
Freemason
this is what he would
initiation. That what
say.
that was.
It's every now he has to shake the leaves. Now remember, there's an audio recording. I have all this stuff. Everything that I'm saying is documented on the website. When he put out an audio called "Why We Use Islam." On that recording, he's a live classes from either upstate or downstate where he's explaining or teaching us. So and we in turn take this information and go forward to the public, and we teach it in classes or we do it on the street or whatever. So in on that audio, he says that I had to create a cult that would keep the Muslims away, that would keep the Christians away, that would keep the Hebrew Israelites away. I had to change my name several times over the years so that when the attention is brought on me, I can move on into other areas. So when he said I had to create a cult, and he also said that, and this cult had to have a 6-pointed star, it had to have an ankh, and it had to have a crescent. Now he got that the crescent and the 6-pointed star he got from the Madame Blavatsky's Theosophy Society. If you look at their logo going back to the early 1900s, that was where York had taken the 6-pointed star crescent and
From the Thule Society.
Madame Helena Blavatsky.
Yeah,
She
Blavatsky.
had one of her most popular books was called Isis Revisited, I believe. And many Mid-Eastern or Indian type of esoteric philosophies come out of Helena
Blavatsky.
Blavatsky and her protege, who also after she passed on, Alice
Alistair Crowley.
Alice Bailey, because
Alice
this is
Bailey.
where Alice Bailey, because that was what David Icke and all of these crazy characters started jumping on her bandwagon.
So what inspired him to write the book of tablets or the holy tablets or whatever? I mean, he did that. He released that while he was in jail.
Well,
Right?
he explained that. Yeah. He explained the reason for the holy tablets because at the time, now they changed it over the years, but I was there and we this is how we were taught, and it was I even have it in the one of the articles. The holy tablets was supposed to be the revelation that Elijah Muhammad prophesied about, because he said that when Elijah Muhammad stated in the Theology of Time recording, he said that the Bible and the Quran must soon give way to that holy book which no man has seen. And York he created the scenario that he is that one that, although Elijah Muhammad didn't mention him by name, but that he is the one that his followers, those old heads from the Nation of Islam, was to look for and to come and follow, because he was the one who was supposed to have more information and able to bridge the gap between the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and himself. Because he, when Elijah Muhammad put out one of the Muhammad Speak newspapers, you'll see some guys dressed in white, Arabs, walking over to some people in some suits. I'm sorry, he had it backwards. He had some guys in the suits with the bow ties walking over to some guys wearing white Islamic attire. And that was supposed to be, and where York taught it, that was your part of the prophecy of Elijah Muhammad saying that y'all supposed to follow me, Imam Isa, at the time. Because remember, when York came out in 1970, when he first established the Nubian Islamic Hebrew Mission in Coney Island, New York, after he was paroled in 1968, that was his hustle from prison, because he served 3 years in prison for a gang fight where he shot a person with a zip gun.
Oh.
Oh, he was in there
The
getting busy in
retaliation.
jail, huh?
Yeah, he was in Rikers Island.
So
Y'all
without
hear
naming
this
his
shit?
gun,
Wow.
he killed somebody. Or did he
They got
kill
a
him or
zip.
he shot him?
Wow.
He
Yeah.
shoot niggas with
So that
zip
was his
guns
hustle.
and
His
Rikers
hustle
Island.
was
That's not
Islam
funny, but damn.
and the books. And because at that time, not too many people were writing books, especially black men, and that was his thing. So it started off with little leaflets and pamphlets that he would write. He was able to gather some followers, and they would go around, New York subways begging for money, begging to build a school for the children, a black school for the children, and it was called the Beggars Bowl School. That he said that was popular. So they would walk from
You talking
Coney
about
Island,
Umar?
huh?
You talking about Umar?
No, I'm talking about York.
Oh yeah, that's why I
Oh,
said
okay.
Umar.
My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. Hold on,
Yeah, I
and
know
man,
you
I
know.
forgot, man. While
Yeah,
we
so
while
it's
we on
it's an
that
old
point,
hustle.
yeah. While we on that point, I just want to show love to our this just a little running thing we got over here at the Bobby's Night Shit Show podcast. We want to give a special shout out to our Aboriginal, Pan African, now Nuwapian, Islamic, Christian, Prince of Pan African, our good brother Dr. M. Tume, M. Duque, Frederick Douglass, John. Let's get it.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Thank you for that little pause for station identification. Prince
Y'all
of
be tripping me out with this.
Pan Africanism.
Oh man.
No, because when you said begging for money for school, I was like, oh, he talking about Umar. I know, no, but you said Dr. York. Oh, okay, cool.
And then listen to the name. What's the name you just said? The name of the school was?
What's the name of the school again, brother?
Oh, at that time there was no name. It was
Oh,
just
they
that
didn't.
we were trying to get money, raise funds to build a school in Brooklyn.
Oh, so they ain't even had no name for the school. They
They didn't
just
have a
say,
name, but
give us some money for some
eventually
shit that we got in our mind. I got you.
they eventually did purchase that property in Bushwick Avenue. It was an apartment. I mean, it was I did some background checking. That apartment building was once owned by some crazy religious leader, and it burned down. And York and them up. People moved in, and that's what the beginning of the Ansar Law community in Brooklyn, New York.
Which the school's probably a cover up for the kids, of course. To draw the
Well,
kids in.
here's the thing. They went to public school for the most part, those kids that lived in the main city. But in upstate New York, he took the kids out of school, and they were quote unquote home trained or homeschooled, but they didn't learn anything. It was during that time because many of those children were up there. It was York and his little inner circle, which were some 14, 15-year-old, 13, 14, 15-year-olds who were some of his office workers in Brooklyn that he had took into upstate New York. And upstate New York, he was isolated. The only way to get out was by way of him. None of them could get out anywhere. Eventually, there were some parents that did come and live on that property, but that inner circle was some of the younger victims that testified because the trial dealt primarily with the events that took place in upstate New York.
Right.
There were a couple, I think there were maybe 4 of the victims where it centered around some of the activities that took place in the late 1990s and 2000. Because one girl was asked, when did York stop having sex with you? And she said the day that he was arrested.
Dang.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dang.
So that was why the Holy Tablet was it was billed as being a highly anticipated publication that was going to answer the question, all of man's questions on the universe, creation, everything. And that was how it was sold. It was sold as the holy tablets, and it was by way of Elijah Muhammad prophesying. It was during this time that York was going on. He was doing these lectures downstate because on Saturdays he would also give lectures to the public, and he was talking. He put a heavy emphasis on the teachings of the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple, and with all of these personifications that were supposed to have come through him, these entities that was supposed to come through him, he added Elijah Muhammad, Clarence 13X, and Noble Drew Ali. So the books that were coming out were thicker, with a lot more information.
Right.
And one book was called W.D. Fard versus Sheikh Daoud Ahmed Faisal. Another one's called Who Was Clarence 13X? It was that was a 200-page book where he attacked Farrakhan in it. And then there was the Holy Quran Circle 7 hardback that he issued, the Book of the 5%ers, the Problem Book, a white hardback book. He was making books made him a multi-millionaire, believe it or not. Not to mention the monies. Not to mention the money.
So I want y'all to understand he was not a broke nigga.
Right. Obviously.
Not to mention the monies that was made through the communities that we had to turn in $100 a day.
A day?
Yeah.
This nigga was running don't tell me he was running the Charles Dickens. What's that shit from the old Charles Dickens where the orphans was running around collecting money all day?
No, it wasn't like that. No. See,
I thought it wasn't like that, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. The community was set up like, I'm giving you an example from New York to DC. All right, so in DC where I was, so in one of the communities, these were called satellite communities, which are properties that, although he doesn't own.
Y'all got the hot mics. Mute y'all mic up just so we don't get no feedback, just in case y'all got some echo or something. Go ahead, bro. You got it.
Check one. Is that good?
Yeah, you good, bro. Go ahead. Cook.
All right, so just give DC for an example. So in one building we had about 30 brothers that lived there, and we all lived in what was called the brothers' bait. Bait is the Arabic word for house. So the brothers lived back there. It was like dormitory, military style, right? So me and another brother, everybody had bunk beds. So we would go out in the morning, like about 9 a.m. Some of us would go to the wholesaler, some Korean wholesale joint down on 14th Street in DC. We would go in there, get some oils, incense, earrings, whatever we would buy in order to generate the cash, right? Then some of the other brothers who were more spiritually inclined would just focus primarily on some of the trinkets that the store would give us that we would have to sell. Or some of them were good at teaching, and they would just talk all day, and then people would donate money. So you would go out, work all day. You have to get your quota, and the quota was $100, and you had to turn that $100 in. But you also had to make enough money. So yeah, you turn in your $100, but you also got to have enough money to re-up on supplies for the next day, and you also got to take care of your food. If you got a girl, you want to make sure that you had something, because the thing is this, and here's your goal. The goal was you turn in $100, right? The lowest man, or in this case, because we had post 1 and post 2, the lowest person who had to turn in, say you turn in $50, $60, that would probably guarantee you having to do all day guard the next day. The person who turned in the most money, so if you turn in $100, somebody might turn in $120. That guaranteed you to have what was called a green room for the night. And the green room is where you can take your girl and y'all can go there to have sex.
Hold on. So he had niggas on.
Yeah,
this is called pimping.
This is old news, man.
I know it's old, but listen, it's old news. But this what I need you to
Yeah.
I'm a child. I'm born in 82. So I'm a 40. I'll be 42 this year.
Right.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, Mr. Morgan?
59.
Okay, so you 59. You that'll make you 17 years my elder. Congratulations too, by the way.
Right on. Sorry.
And I say all that to say this.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times, even with myself, brother, I become so lost in the translation of this is common knowledge because it was so big during my time. And even when I say my time, like the 90s, you see what I mean? The 90s seem like yesterday to me. But when I be talking about certain shit, like, I got to be mindful when I talk to people who like right at 30 or a little under 30. And I'm like, yeah, because when uh uh your boy had OJ in the trial, Johnny Cochran and Dart and on, they looking at me like, OJ, you talking about the dude on there with Cameron? What'd he do? And I'm like, huh? You don't, but they don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
They
got
don't do that. You feel me? So that's why
it.
I'm so adamant on, like, as you say this stuff, I gotta repeat it, make it stick home, because that's why the young elders and the Rod Hayes are able to go around and say the things that they saying, and it's not a bunch of old people that's following them. You get my drift, Charles, because we know who the fuck this nigga is. It's a bunch of young people that's getting they first experience, pardon my vulgarity, they cherry popped with consciousness, and these are the monsters that's doing it, that's extracting that virgin energy and saying, hey, you might want to check this guy out without giving you none of the breakdown on it. So as we start to, unveil these people for who they really is, we got to really stamp it home to people, so in their mind, they like, well, hold on. You saying Malachi York did what? No, because somebody gave me a book the other day, said he be talking to Nibiru and all. No, brother. Here's his court documents. You take that up with the Department of Justice. You see what I mean? That's how, and that's what's a beautiful thing about this new generation, the young people, because one thing about them that I can say, and I don't know about your generation, but it was kind of hard with my generation. One thing about them, they are in the information age. You dig what I mean? So they don't believe nobody. They only believe information. That's why they so wild, because if you're not coming with the right information, they just looking at you like, well, I'm not even listening to you. Old, young, smart or dumb. If your information ain't hitting, I'm not listening to you. So what these guys have done, Rod Hayes and stuff, they found a way to tap in, just like church sensationalize the good parts of this information to rile up that young wild spirit, like, yeah, this thing we got to do to make it seem like, and if it's not checked the other way, it'll just run unabated. And once
I
we
don't know
give
who
them this information, they're going to research it themselves and be like, oh my God, I'm following a pedophile, because don't nobody want to be friends with no motherfucking pedophile, and you got to put it to them that raw. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead, bro.
No. I'm glad you put that out there. I think that's necessary. But what I was saying was that was how it was structured. So you turn in, that money. Matter of fact, it had got to the point that, see, there was a brother named Akil who would he would come in to collect the dough, and there was a chart on the wall, and so he would write down who turned in what and who was the high man and who was the low man. So there was a brother named Wadafa, and he did something that a lot of us didn't even jump on until later on, but he was one of the pioneers in DC. In DC, we had a music called what we still do called go-go. Go-go's it's a very deep sound of DC. So what he was able to do, because he's from DC himself, but he would go downtown, and he would mass produce the cassette tapes and sell them on the street, usually in front of Marianne, Lane Bryant, and he would generate up to about $400 or $500 a day, because he was selling the go-go tapes for $20. And at that time, you had a lot of the hustlers, when they would come through, you know, you want to have your go-go blasting, so you had to have the crisp PA tapes, Rare Essence, Junkyard Chuck,
Chuck Brown.
you know, what was that? Junkyard, not Junkyard, or Junkyard, Northeast Groovers. You had these bands, you know, they when you had these PA tapes, and the sharper and the crisper they were, the thicker the bass, you know, you could charge $20. And so he was making that was how he was making his money. So he spent most of the time in the green room because he was able to turn in $150, $200. You know, so that green room was set up in different cities. New York, they had it, and that was when in Bilal Phillips's book, he put it out there and he exposed it. And you know, York kind of took that down as well, you know, because we had the segregated living. You had the men in one room, one place, the sisters in another place, the kids in another place. Yeah.
And
Baltimore was a
another
little bit
thing I
different.
want to give to you too, brother.
Mhm.
I laugh at a lot of these things because I think, like I said before, when I was living in Atlanta, I was a part of the Ben Ami sect of the Hebrew Israelites, if you're familiar with that. You know what I
Very,
mean?
very much.
Okay, so when you speak on certain things like dues and you know how you supposed to be with your, so for instance, when me and my now wife first start getting into the Hebrew thing, of course they tried to hit me with the spiel like, um, well, brother Bobby, I know this is your woman, but now that y'all coming into this, technically you have to do this and blah blah blah. So basically, they were trying to tell me we gotta separate so the other brothers could have a chance. Well, I was like, hey, that's all cool with y'all shit, but if you want me to be down with y'all, nah, I ain't finna do it. So I bucked against that, and they let me stay. Right. So that was my first strike. Then it came. Then when it came to the dudes, this how they get you with the dudes, right, brother? So I don't know if the Nuwapians rock like this, but the Hebrew Israelites own a couple of properties in Atlanta, right? And these
Yeah, they
properties would
had.
be like, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No,
These
no, no.
properties,
York did get involved in became something of a slumlord because he had some property called Nawapu Gardens.
there you go.
I think it was on Edgewood Avenue in
Edgewood, yep.
yeah, yeah.
Now
Some
listen,
sort
that's
of
the hood.
a lot of us lived there. Yeah.
Now look, check this out. Same thing with the Hebrews. They had different little properties in the house, and the little house that they had for me and my wife, it was straight. I came to the Prince one day and was letting them know like, hey, I need a crib, blase skip. I work because I didn't have a job at the time. So my wife was working in the hair salon doing hair, and I was working in a restaurant doing dishes. Right. What made me stop doing dishes is when the Prince came and said, now this is on the line of some Malachi York shit. The prince's one of the prince's wives came to me with his dishes and said, I need you to stop the dishwasher. This is during the restaurant rush. Wash only his dishes because his dishes can't be washed with everybody else shit. Do you hear what I'm saying, Chuck?
Mm-hmm.
It was a bowl, a plate, a cup, a fork, and a spoon. During a dinner rush, I got all these dishes piled up. She said, I need you to stop everything and wash this. I told her, I got so much shit, I can't just wash this shit like that. I'm finna wash this shit with either all of this or you can wash it yourself. And I stepped out the way, and she had to roll her little Hebrew sleeves up and wash that shit herself. And after that, that was my second strike. And I went and got a job. I quit the restaurant. I went and got a job outside of the nation, making way more money, right? So they came to me one day and was like, yeah, since you making money like that now, uh your rent at the house you stand in, the Nation House, yeah, that's gonna be $1,000. You see what I'm saying? And your dues now gonna be this. So I didn't pay him. I stacked up my bread for 2 months and I moved out. And one day them brothers confronted me sitting down with my wife at the restaurant and my brother, and they came to me on the gangster shit, like you saying, with the Nuwapians, like, hey, we need to talk to you about your dues. They had a little invoice, my brother Chuck. You hear what I'm saying? They had to print out an invoice and put the seal of the Hebrew Israelites on that bitch.
Yeah.
And was
There was
like,
something like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
We had
Did you
something
know what I'm
similar to that.
saying? Yeah,
Yeah, we had
y'all,
something
you
similar to
feel
that.
me? They had the seal on that bitch. They had to break down how much I owed them. They was like, yeah, and it was like 3 of the niggas around me with their little outfits, man. Man, that was my last strike. I said, hey, man, I don't
Brother,
even want to be down with y'all no
brother.
more. And it's finna
There
go to
was
some good street shit if y'all
I
don't
ain't even
approach me like that.
there's so much stuff we can go into because if you didn't turn in a certain amount, like in Brooklyn, if you didn't turn in enough money or a certain amount, you had to get a visit from the Mujahid squad, which was York's military force in the group.
Not
And
the
when they came to meet you,
Mujahideen. Oh my God.
well, we call it the Mujahid. But yeah,
I know y'all know,
Mujahideen
I know,
plural.
but that's what, but I know that's what
Yeah.
it
So
come from the Mujahideen, right?
when they get with you, they will beat you up and take what money you had.
God damn.
There was I remember one brother who joined the community, and he was a big stocky. I thought he was like an ex fighter or something, you know. But when he got called to the masjid for something, the next thing you know they broke this dude's jaw.
Damn.
You know. So yeah, a lot of brothers got beat up severely for not taking out enough of that money. Matter of fact, the whole thing was that when you join the organization, of course you had to fill out an application, you had to get a physical, you had to disclose a lot of personal, private, sexual information,
Oh my
and
God.
eventually that would be used against you, like it was used against some of the people who are a part of Bilal Phillips's book when they spoke of their experience and gave some of the information.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, the New York was run. It was quote gangster style because York always kind of saw himself, and he said this plenty of times. He admired the mafia because he always considered himself to being like the don of the organization, and he had some of his lieutenants who were the emirs. Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I can relate to what you're saying regarding that because I have some experience that I can go into as well. But I'm not gonna be on here too much longer because I'm off tonight, and my girl
Salute,
is giving me
salute,
that look.
salute, salute. Yeah, she like, man, look, if you give these boys another new Wapian build, real rap, what's good with it, man? You say your boy York sitting up there looking like Country Wayne, man. Have you ever seen it? Hey, hey, Mr. Morgan. Have you ever seen this video right here before, Mr.
No, let
Morgan?
me turn my computer on. Hold on.
Before I press play.
Hey,
Hold on.
hey,
Hold on.
Bobby.
Hold on.
After
Hold
you
on.
play the video, man. Hey, bro, you got to do a side by side of Country Wayne and
Oh, you saw this one? Yeah,
Malachi.
yeah, yeah.
You
Yeah,
seen
now
this one
this is
before?
from the documentary uh Dr. York, the man behind the empire.
Oh, the man behind the end. That boy got
Yeah.
on that leisure suit Larry, don't he? Listen to him.
I think this was on the Top of the Pops show in England.
This how much of a non-hater I am, Chuck. And outside of this nigga being a heinous motherfucker, this how much of a
Hmm.
non-hater I am.
Hmm. I know.
Cause I know R. Kelly is a heinous motherfucker too. But if Step in the Name of Love come on, my feet go move without me telling them
I know what you're
before.
saying.
Oh, that's
I know what you're saying.
so. Dr. York got slaps. I get it, chump that now.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what
You might see this one. I got some other
man,
videos you
fucking-
haven't seen yet.
I've been
I
wanting to
got some
clown
music
this
videos you
nigga.
ain't seen yet.
Look, when you told me Dr. York make music, I was waiting on you want to know what thought I was finna get? I thought I was finna get my girl tries to party all the time, party all the time,
No,
party
wait
all
a
the
minute. Wait a minute.
I
Wait a minute.
thought I was finna
See,
get some
now
shit I could
you're about to
clown
play.
on.
I think this is it's the song "It's on Me."
Yeah, it's
Um,
on me. Yeah, that
but
boy killing that shit though.
there's another song he did with a rap like a rap song and where he's dancing. Man, you want to see something funny? You got to see York dancing. I
Oh,
have it. If you go to the YouTube channel and pull up one of the, I think does Dr. York have soul or something? Because his thing was if you can't dance, you don't have soul. And you watch that video, you decide. If he
Okay.
oh
Let me find it, and it's on your page, right?
yeah, it was the
Chuck
YouTube channel.
Norris. Let me go.
So
Let me
you
go on my
saying the
other
man
page.
that's sitting up there saying you if you can't dance ain't got soul, but how you saying it, it seems like he can't dance, so he basically telling himself he ain't got soul.
That's basically it. Yeah.
Hey, Rashad,
Yeah.
what's good, bro? My bad.
What
I didn't
up,
know
what
it was
up, what
you.
up, what up, rap? Yeah, I'm here.
Chilling, bro.
I'm
Chilling.
Dr. Antron. Dr.
I
Antron.
I'm
got
on
you.
your
I got
page
you. I
right
got you,
now.
Dr. Antron. I got you.
Yeah, but look, like I said, I'm gonna roll out. But if you ever need to get in contact with me, I'm gonna see if I can leave my or you can just shit, leave my email address. You want to hit me up if you have some class, not class. If you have some questions on this stuff,
I definitely
some of the
will.
people you mentioned, I ain't never heard of, so
Well,
be some news to me.
young elder and Doctor. Okay, so let me put it to you like this. I'm finna show you why I'm going like this. This is
That's a
young elder,
weird. Hey,
right?
he
This
look
is a dude.
crazy, bro.
This is a dude with 53,000
One of the
subscribers,
things
right?
that I would like to say to everybody, first off, my name is Bodie Ray Love.
This dude with 53,000 subscribers, and
Hmm.
is growing. Every video
Yeah.
is
Elder
dedicated
blew
to
up.
hashtag free Malachi York. Risque
Yup.
Tech, the official movie. They breaking down the technology that come from Planet Risque. They
Yeah, he's
showing the letter
utilizing
from
some of the best
Hey,
Farrakhan to
technology.
phase one.
Okay.
Hashtag free Malachi York. Empress Rare Breed. This is the sister
Mhm.
that's you see what I mean? So they got the
Let's see.
sisters on board that's locking you in the paradigm. Because once you get
Yeah.
the Mother Earth goddess, and that's confirming that there's no way this brother can be this monster like that. Free Malachi York, free Malachi
Yeah.
York. Forget what the court documents say. Forget what the victim testimonies say. Forget what the little kids say as they have to recall some of the fucked up traumas that they went through their life. Free Malachi
yup.
York. Free Malachi York. It's trumped up
Yeah.
statements.
York won't.
This is some bullshit.
Hey, scroll back up, Bobby. Look, no. Back down, back like to phase.
We gotta get it.
Phase gonna be all the way to the left. A little more. It's on the high top. Look right there, bro. I started watching. I started watching Elder. He had like 5,000-6,000 subs when I started watching. He blew up, and bro, it was one live. A sister from California sent me this cat right here, and I don't disrespect him, but it was just crazy. Like this dude got a father, bro, a living, breathing father, and this dude is claiming that Malachi York is his daddy. Like, and they was going back and forth. I guess before they like him and Elder, like he wasn't necessarily going back and forth. I think Elder gave him a platform, and FaZe was just screaming on everybody and shit. But it seemed like him and Elder was going back and forth. But I've never seen grown men with fathers that are living and breathing call another man daddy. That's crazy to me.
Free Malachi York. You see what they vibe is on. You see
Yeah,
what this is.
like I said, after York got convicted, there was a bunch of people who started breaking off and forming their own little thing. Now, because people have access to the social media like YouTube, TikTok, and all this other stuff that they didn't have in the early 2000s, everybody's out there doing their thing and running that same hustle. But you can always take any one of these kind of characters down by just just hit them with the information. You just know how. Or go, give me some evidence to back this up. Give me the citation on that. Where does this say? I mean, stuff that we didn't do with your. You can easily dissect characters like these in minutes. They're easy. I mean, shit. I've been doing this stuff for what since 2011. Yeah, I done heard them all, but yeah, these are just some new colorful characters that some of the latest in this, but you know, it's crazy.
NewOrleanism.com.
Like that was one of the first videos I
Wake
did.
up, New Orleans, before it is too late.
York household.
And when a person has rhythm and can dance, they say the boy got soul. Soul is something we have, white people do
look
not
at him.
have. They have a spirit. They are alive. But they don't have
This
any
nigga got
soul.
the
If
hammer
you don't
pants
believe me,
on.
put on a record and tell them to
Cross
dance.
hammer pants on, boy.
And watch
Oh,
them turn a
shit.
very serious thing into a joke.
What the fuck?
You follow what I'm saying? When a person gets down, they say he's a soul man.
Is that nigga
So,
wearing
sister, soul is something we have, white people do not have. They have a spirit. They are alive. But they don't have any soul. And if you don't believe me, put on a...
What type of dance this nigga doing? Listen.
rope dance.
I think, listen, he might be right though, Chuck, because he might have a soul, but I think his soul come from the planet Risque. So whatever they draw patterns ain't the same. He going off the alien drum. See, the drums that bounce off in the B-room ain't the same drums that bounce off Earth. That nigga dancing to the B-room drum.
Man, hey, let me tell you something. When we first saw this, I'm serious. Brother was like, man, don't laugh at the master like that. Like,
don't laugh at the teacher. Don't laugh at the teacher. Don't laugh at the master. The master getting it. You see him? You see him?
Soul is something we have, white people do not.
Soul is something we have that white. Look at him. Oh, you got soul. Oh, shit. What's that move right there, Malachi? There you go. There you go. There you go, Malachi. Go on, show them what you. Yeah, they trying to turn some shit into a joke, baby.
Turn a very serious thing into a joke.
That's right. Watch them turn something serious into a joke. There you go. Man, this nigga look like brother.
Hey,
that nigga look like when Eddie Murphy played the fake preacher on that one movie.
He was doing his Prince stare.
Oh yeah, he was Prince. Yeah,
this Bela Lugosi Prince stare.
That boy got that Superman curl coming down in the front.
Yep.
That
hey, Bob,
got the right amount of excavator.
That was the funny part about it. He would always talk on the True Light tapes about how the Jerry curl. He would make fun of it, or women having perms and all that stuff. But he had it, and then the sisters had it, and we got the videos, we got the pictures to prove it. So he was like, dude was just a walking hypocrite, man.
Yeah,
goddamn.
Listen, he was talking about a Jerry curl. Listen, brother, he was talking about a Jerry curl. Like the Jerry curl is for the peasants. See what brother Dwight Malachi York got here is what's called a leisure curl, brother. See what I got in my hair is a texturizer. We don't put perms in my hair, brother. No. I put soul glow only. This is a soul glow, nigga. If you take this picture right here and put it next to the soul, hold on, let me find the soul glow picture. If you take that picture and put it next to soul glow, that's that right there. That's soul glow.
Hilarious.
Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you.
Hey, bro,
that nigga is soul glow.
Dwight was moving like he was moving like sexual chocolate while you bullshitting.
Sexual chocolate.
Coming to America.
He did have that sexual chocolate. Yeah, that's soul glow right there. Yeah, that's him right there. Damn, my nigga Dwight Yankum, Howard York.
But yeah, York did. He started to change his look based on the period. Hey. So you know how he looked with the pimp hat. He had the what's that? What's the dude name? Not Don Juan. What was his name? I did an article called was Dr. York a wannabe pimp? Something like that. And you see him when he performed as Dr. York, when he had Magic Don Juan, Cat Williams, he had that Cat Williams thing with the derby, and he always wore the red. I'm gonna pull up a couple of pictures, and I'm gonna share our screen if I can.
Oh, no problem.
All right. But yeah, that was one of his things, the whole pimp thing. He liked that as well, because that was part of the whole persona, And when he came out in 1993. That year, 1993, when we were down on the property, the first Savior's Day down there. He came out in all white. Well, it was an off-white suit. And he was carrying this cane, had his hair in, he was relaxed in a perm in a ponytail. Let me see how I can put it. Yeah, man, he had that straight pimp daddy look.
Oh
And I mean, my girl
shit!
at the time, she was like, "Why do you look like a pimp?" You know, he got all these girls around. When she was trying to say, something don't look right. You know, back at that time, I was like, I don't want to hear that. You know, but she was like, "Yeah, who are them girls? All them girls around?" Because he came out, it was him, Kathy Johnson's father. It was this older guy, and he had a battalion of young girls around with him. Now we know that all of them were sexually molested by York.
Wow.
All of them. Matter of let me get this stuff for a second. Hold on, since I got a couple more minutes. Then, but yeah, you go ahead and talk. I'm gonna pull this up.
Nigga had a harem over there, man. He was.
Yeah, he had a harem. Absolutely, absolutely. And that was, and see, there was the thing. The problem we had, like in Brooklyn, you always worried about going to Brooklyn because you were in fear that York might try to take your girl. You know, because he was notorious for, setting a brother up, sending him to another city, and then he had access to the women. Because when you moved in at that time, the girls or the women had veils; they were in veils, so you had to take passport pictures. And if you you had to take a passport picture with the veil on and with the veil off. So the ones with them off, of course, if York liked them, he found them attractive enough, he would whisper and then try to get you to leave your man and get with him and become one of his concubines. And at that time, as a Muslim, he could do that because he
If they
rationalized it
choose
by
up,
saying that,
I
huh?
choose you. That's that Mac shit. If I
That's how it
choose you,
was. And
yeah.
That's what a lot
especially
of
when he
these
was
brothers
upstate.
think. A lot of
So
these brothers think
he definitely took a lot of brothers' wives or girlfriends.
God damn, their wives too. Wives was not off the table. That made her
No,
more off the
yeah,
table.
he did he took the wives, and then he would take the kids, all that. I mean, he was your classic case of a sexual addict. And like I said, we only know what's documented because the sisters did an inventory of all of his children, and to date, we know it was 101.
Damn.
The last one was born in 2001. That was his youngest.
I mean, good on you, bro, but still.
So he had 13 kids he had 13 children in 1986. He gave his, not, I'm sorry, 1996. He fathered 13 kids in the same year. Yeah.
Hey, bro. Dog, Bobby, you got to chill.
Yo, what's good with it, my nigga?
That's country boy daddy.
Country, that is country.
That's that nigga daddy, cuz he a Nuwapian.
You hear there's another
Show
video.
the picture again. Bobby, show the picture again, dog. Like flip it a couple
That's
times.
country Wayne daddy right there. Delaney Black, what's good, my nigga? We up here making fun of these Nuwapians trying to resurrect the spirit of a child molester. That's all.
Man, they better go on somewhere. I heard you talk about Rod Hayes ass too, man. That shit confused the fuck out of me too. I'm over here trying
Garbage
to
ass
figure out,
nigga.
how you talk about free Larry Hoover and free Malachi
Don't
York
never
at the
put
same
Larry
time.
Hoover
What the
name
fuck
with this
going
garbage
on,
ass
man?
nigga, boy.
I'm like,
Yeah,
you
That's
man.
why.
bogus as hell.
Listen, that's why I be saying these niggas be working with the government, cause look at it
Man,
like
I'm
this.
starting to think
If
the
Larry
leaders is
Hoover,
working with them too. On God.
listen to what I'm finna tell you, bro. Larry Hoover was not no motherfucking child molester. He was not no nigga that was out here in the streets murdering people. He was able to organize a bunch of wild warrior niggas in Chicago and get them to recognize that the police and the present political government structure in Chicago is what's really against them. All gangs.
To the
You
point
gotta
where the
know it.
nigga was finna
You
run
gotta
for
know.
office type shit.
Not, bro, man. Not only that, you gotta know at that time when Larry Hoover was out, man. It's a big problem when you got BDs, GDs, vice lords, Latin gangs, white gangs, because you got to know it was white. It's white gangs in Chicago's too. So when you got people like the Gaylords and shit
Oh,
like
I
that too,
heard about them, bro. On
come
my life, when
on,
I was
man.
a
That's what
kid,
I'm
my
trying to
mama
tell
told me
y'all,
about
man.
them, bro.
Yeah, it's white gangs too in Chicago, man. Like he had all of them on fuck the police time. Cause we poor people. This ain't no Malachi York shit. But when you group that, when niggas like Rod Hayes group him in with Malachi York, and the government is actually setting niggas free, and they say, well, yeah, it's niggas out here saying free Malachi York
Bro,
and
that
free
shit
Larry
ain't the,
Hoover.
bro.
And
That's
if
the shit that killed
Larry
me,
Hoover
bro.
is tied in with Malachi York, we can't
Bro,
let that nigga go.
bro, that's the shit
Yeah,
that
that's
killed me.
crazy.
How the fuck motherfuckers
Feel
was
me?
over here booting Trump ass up
I
like
never
that?
put that together.
And Trump let Kodak Black, a nigga that's gonna do the same shit, a young dumb nigga, out of jail, but he
But
left Jeff Ford and
let me
Larry
give you some.
Hoover and them in that
Let me give you
motherfucker.
some. Let
I'm
me give
like,
you some.
man, get the fuck
Let
out.
me give you some insight though. Trump let my OG out of jail, and my OG was in ADX with Jeff Ford and Larry Hoover.
Damn.
When and you could this documented. The people who
Yeah,
got it, the
I ain't
people who
got
got
shit to say on that one because I ain't know that shit on God.
yeah, the
I'm
people,
like, dude,
the people who got the rank in ADX is Jeff Ford. After Jeff Ford, it was Matulu, then it was my OG, Muja. Larry Hoover is under Jeff Ford. When it really boiled down. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm
yeah,
not saying that to disrespect Larry Hoover. I'm saying that they all Muslims now.
yep. I heard that nigga sure did convert, but I heard that nigga used to be a
Right?
Stone though.
Right. They all started as L. Rookins
Yeah,
and
L.
Moors.
Rookins and Lady Lords and shit.
Right. But the point is, if they all Muslims now, why is niggas like Rod Hayes still like free Larry Hoover and he with the he was the GDs and free
But you
Malachi
know
York?
what?
Why the fuck
Them
is you
L.
grouping
Rookins
this nigga
ran
in
hand
with
to
him?
hand. Them L. Rookins ran hand to hand with the bases too, because my uncle was the L. Rookin and the bases.
It all come from masonry, bro.
Oh God, because you look at the you look at the
All ways of
pyramids,
creating
you look
those
at the
type of
literature, you
secret
look at the
societies come from masonry.
bro. When I look at my literature, bro, and I look at the pyramids, I look at the repetition of the seven and the repetition of the six and all of that shit, bro. That shit all come down to some Masonic shit when I think about that shit.
Hey Phil,
Mm-hmm.
like you got the El Rukas, but like, don't you have the like the Stone Rages as well?
Blackstone Rangers, yeah.
Yeah,
Even the
Blackstone.
motherfucking creed, bro. Even the motherfucking creed sound like some shit, like a Pledge of Allegiance type shit, bro.
That's what it is.
Yeah, like the Freemasonry shit. I don't trip too much on that. But as far
It
look,
make
bro,
you
I put the
rethink your shit.
I mean, I don't get deep on that, bro, because like
I'm just saying, if you
what.
ever been into gang banging, it make you rethink that shit. Cause I grew up on some gang banging shit, like thinking like, well, shit, all my folks was from Chicago. I'm gonna bring this shit to Minnesota type shit. And then I got
Yeah, I
older
put
and got to getting into knowledge, and then just really realizing, like, man, that shit ain't even all what it is. But,
exactly like that's why like I don't I don't get deep in that Freemasonry shit. Like it's cool, you know what I'm saying? Like I fuck with the like the symbolism and stuff like that, but I don't get too deep in it. But Bobby, look, I put that federal court document in the I put it in the chat just in case you didn't have it. It's got the whole entire case file. His federal case.
you talking about Malachi ass?
Yeah, that shit for free, man. Bro, I've been having that shit for like 2 years. Cause
Bro,
I
they be over here
used to
really
battle
acting
these
like this
Nawab,
shit
bro.
ain't public knowledge and shit.
It's been public, bro. I'm not saying I'm special, like, bro, like
No,
the
I'm not
paperwork been
saying
out
you.
since
I'm saying the people that be defending his ass.
yeah, since 02. I'm about to get into it. I was on Clubhouse. It's like a year and a half ago. Probably about a year, almost a year. And bro, 4-5, and I'm doing air quotes because all his followers claim to be his children, which is crazy. I don't know if you heard me say it earlier. I try not to disrespect dude, but sometimes I'll be like, fuck what he talking about. I just don't disrespect him because I've talked to FaZe and I tried to get an understanding, and I just like, look, bro, this nigga gone, but I don't disrespect him.
Wait. Is that nigga trying to free Dr. York though, ain't he?
Yeah, I'm like,
fuck that nigga.
I
FaZe
left it alone.
Fuck you goofy ass nigga. You trying to free
fuck
a pedophile, cuz. Fuck
yeah, like
I just oh god, there ain't no love
like for me.
The way this man disrespected them babies, it ain't nothing I can say in words that'll ever make a nigga feel the disrespect that this nigga did disrespectfully. So fuck them niggas.
I feel you, dog. Like, and that's why I couldn't understand. Like, I just left it to them motherfuckers crazy, bro. I said this shit earlier to Bobby Delaney. These cats have had their fathers in their life, bro, and will claim this man as their father. So when I was on Clubhouse, he had he had a transformer, and he had like 3 other motherfuckers that was claiming them as his children, and they swear up and down they was gonna put a case on me because I was out in the public talking about the pedophile dad. I was like, bro, at the end of the day, y'all can't do shit. This shit public knowledge. That man ain't never getting out of prison. Fuck you and your dad.
Hold on. They'll put a case on you. They'll put a case on you, but they won't allow him to serve his time for his.
They gonna try to put a case on you for
yeah.
Hold on. You should have told them niggas, well, why don't he just walk out the prison? He could walk through walls.
Man, I'm telling you, why don't
you should have told, or if they would have said, well, he got the decree from the Carillion aliens, he can't just walk up out of there. Cool. Then you should have told them, well, don't you know Malachi York can live for trillions of years? Why? What is 135 years?
This nigga got?
Yeah, the Carillion aliens is the ones who visited him in jail and made him float out of his jail cell. So he's left his jail cell before.
He left
he left his jail cell before and went back. Yeah, and the new Nuwapians will confirm this. So this is what I'm saying. If they believe that, hold on, wait a minute, real right. If they believe that, and they believe this nigga lived trillions of years, what is 135 years? Let that man live. Let that man serve that 135 years and get out, because he's a motherfucking Liberian. He's from the planet Risque. He don't got regular human DNA, right?
He's mortal.
Man,
that nigga
ain't got no risk.
Hey, Bobby, look, it was a 2-day, bro.
135 years to that nigga is like 2 seconds, Demi. Come on.
We ain't even got the recordings because like the whole whole niggas deleted the record, bro. We had a 2-day room. I'm talking about like this when Clubhouse was still popping. Bro, it was so many people. Like, it was niggas against them. It was a bunch of us against them. And this one of the documents that I used. I said, all we got to do is read. Bro, I even got the his it's in my file, bro. I got his test from San Francisco showing that he was that he had herpes. I got that shit on my phone.
Yep, I got that.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Can I say something about that?
Huh?
Go ahead.
Sorry, can I say something real fast about that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, because what people need to know is that initially his that blood work was under seal. It was not known to the public. It became unsealed because Nuwapians had tried to get him relocated to a medical facility in Buckner, North Carolina, I think it is. To a less maximum security prison. So in getting his medical records, they had went to the judge to have him unseal it. And one of the persons who was a part of that, who looked at the medical records, was convinced that he was guilty. And then he just took it, and over time, he put it out there and gave it to a lot of people. So that's how people now know what he has. But prior to that, had that not happened, nobody would have even known about it. It would just been something that Nuwapi can say. That's not nothing that was ever documented. Yeah.
Hey, Bobby. Hey, check your email too, bro. I don't know how much time you got.
Real quick. Hold on. Go ahead.
All right. Because look, we got this document, and I sent you I sent you 7 pages from my PDF of the herpes and shit that this motherfucker had. So we battling these motherfuckers for 2 days, bro. They tried to dox your boy, you know, like they were trying to get my address to dox me, all kind of shit. I'm like, bro, y'all can know where I live and all that. It's not gonna take away that, number one, your father's a pedophile and he gonna die in jail. Period. They still to this day think that he gonna get out any day soon, bro. This document right here, bro, clearly states he ain't never getting out, dog, ever.
Yeah,
The
just like I
delusion
told
is
you,
crazy.
Prison's just
he
gonna
did
ride
get out.
around.
He would still have to serve time for the state case. Yep.
Consecutive.
I think I might have been on that what do you call it? That show you're talking about. Was that one when Tazariak and what's the guy?
No, it was it wasn't Cesariak in the room. He could have slid through, but it wasn't his room. It was a cat.
Okay.
It was like it was like a cat that was a vegan. Like a dude had like a little TV show or something like in LA. Like he wasn't like nothing major or whatever, but he had a little clubhouse clout. He was running the room. I can't remember his name, but he was running the room. And they kept that room open for 2 days, dog. Like going back and forth, bro, for 48 hours with these clowns, dog. They trying to
I
dox
spent 6
people.
hours arguing with him on that show, and I was drained. Shit, I ain't did
They
nothing
don't
like
stop,
that.
bro. They don't stop, bro. They'll sub in their people. And look, a lot of times what they'll do,
you sure do.
they'll
Someone
bring
goes
in the
to sleep and then they
sisters.
take over the shift. Yep. Because their whole thing is to try to drain you.
To drain you. Facts.
Yeah.
That's a fact. And that's exactly what they was doing. Like whenever one or two of them would get tired, 2 or 3 more would come in fresh. And they just start all the argument all over again. I'm like, no. We gonna go through this federal document case.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna post the federal indictment and the search warrant that I think some of y'all, whoever wants it, you can have it. But I'm gonna put that in the back chat. Give me a second.
Yeah. And see this at the time, this is contemporary time. So some of the children's names, they're not gonna have the names in this document, but they still got the initials. But it's not even that. Like all you got, it's 3 sections of this, because like you ain't got to break the whole thing down. It's 3 sections that you got to read to be able to get like the majority of the information, and that's it, bro. Like it's plain and simple, laid out. I'm like, you niggas ain't got no comprehension issues. It's what they call that shit? Confirmation bias.
And how old is York now? How old is he now?
He gotta be in his late 60s.
Pushing about 78. About 78.
Oh,
yeah, he gotta be in his 70s.
Oh, damn.
He not young. He This dude been
he
out
was
since
born
the
born in 1945. So
okay,
there you go.
Yeah,
yeah, like the dude been out since the
200 years, 200 more Milwaukee years.
And he gonna die. He gonna ride in that jail.
Phases and shit, you know what I'm saying?
That nigga got 100 more Nuwapian years, and he gonna be a free man. Goddamn it!
Hey, Bobby. We always come with the receipts, don't we?
It's easy. Herpes simplex 2 positive. And if y'all don't want to know, if y'all want to know whose test this is, it's this man right there, Dwight York, aka Mr. Yankum Dwight Howard himself, man.
We got all the receipts, man. That's why they couldn't do nothing with me. They couldn't do nothing with me.
Nigga.
It's got the date and everything.
Listen, cuz these niggas here, cuz like this is why you gotta say fuck them, real rap, because we not what they try to wrap you up in is a argument with about the government, an argument about some other pseudo shit. When we talking about children and we talking about the defenseless, beings that's on the earth. We don't got time to get into pseudo rhetoric. You feel what I'm saying? Real rap.
Absolutely
If
right.
we did, even if we was dealing with grown women who made the decision to go to this place, we'd be having a different conversation. Grown men who made the decision to go to this place, we'd be having a different conversation. You understand what I mean?
That's facts.
We talking about grown niggas who either probably got children, be in the vicinity of children, or they live life obviously because they on this motherfucker. So they walk out their door every day in a world full of children who believe in their heart that all the evidence against this man is made up and fabricated by the government. For what reason? Have they gave a reason yet besides he's from the B
They
room?
can't. They ain't got nothing, bro. Like, that's why they gotta play the like the world is attacking their hero. Like, I'm under attack. I'm the good guy. They can't play that, dog.
Yeah, like he has so much power that they gotta keep him like they say, like that, like Rashard.
What they call that, like a martyr. Like they try to martyrize him or lionize him.
But that's the wrong. But listen, I've even heard motherfuckers say that. Guess what I even say to that? Why is he still alive? Do y'all know the definition of these words that y'all come with?
Right.
You want to know why they say Malcolm X and Martin Luther King was martyrs? Because them niggas' blood was on the flow somewhere.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? No matter how you might have felt about if this one was working with the Illuminati or a Mason and he really ain't do this and all that, they said something. You know how when the motherfucker be like, they might have been a part of something, but we got to go back and look at what they said because they said something up in there that was enough to make a motherfucker say, no, he really might be on some shit. Get him up out of here. Regardless of all that other shit. So when you get to talk about martyrdom, all the ones who I know, they said JFK was into some other shit too. But guess what? He said something that a motherfucker didn't like. And guess what? His blood was somewhere, right or wrong. President of the United States. Am I lying?
Yep.
His brother,
no lies
Bobby,
detected.
His brother Bobby got up there. They said, hey, Bobby go beat. Bobby said something them motherfuckers didn't like one time, and all of a sudden, nigga, blood everywhere. So when a nigga get to talking about if you talk against the government and you say what they don't like, we seen what they do to niggas who really talk against the government and say shit they don't like.
I'm gonna take it one more step further though, Bobby. It's the people it's only two things that they trip about that push the scale: money or blood. That's it. Red or green. Other than that, it's scare tactics. But the thing that I ain't gonna say put fear in these people, but what's gotta shut you up is when you attacking the money system or when you laying bodies down. And I had to, I don't care what nobody say, bro. It's my opinion. I had to completely go back and change my opinion on Martin Luther King because I did more research. You know, we could talk about that another day, but point is, bro, you right. To be a martyr, you can no longer exist anymore. That's why I had to correct myself and say lionize, because that's what they do. Try to lionize them.
Deify them. Turn them into
Deify is another good term. Yep. So you can't fight receipts. Bobby showing you the receipts of the medical records. We didn't get into the federal.
They gonna say it was early Photoshop. You hear me, Pastor P?
Bro, the excuses, and I ain't gonna lie, that's the type of excuses they make, bro. It's like you talking to a 6-year-old, 5-year-old, like come on, man. Me and you know you lying. We know you lying. I know you lying. You know you don't believe the bullshit you saying right now.
And and this is why I said that we gotta stay standing on the neck to shit like this.
Right.
Not to convince niggas like them that Dr. York did the shit that he did, because it's known that he did what he did. We ain't
It's
here to convince
documented.
them.
It's documented. It's documented.
We here to show the people that they wrapped up into this pseudo bullshit. A new generation of young people that they done wrapped up again into this. But we here to show them the other side of the coin that these niggas ain't showing, right? And to give them a clear picture of the amount of cognitive dissonance that exists with the people that they call master teachers and leaders.
Yeah,
So that
facts.
at that point in time, it ain't got to be no more gray area. You see what I'm saying? We in the age of Aquarius with all these so-called smart spiritual motherfuckers saying that mean the age of information. That mean the age of knowledge. That mean ain't no more I don't know. You feel me, Demi? Ain't no more I don't know. It's I don't know is done, Demi. You a young woman right now. Ain't no more. I don't want to change my oil because I don't know how to do that. Look, here go the YouTube video. Here go 5,000 of them.
Right.
What
No
model
excuses.
car you got? What year is your car? How many miles on your car? It's gonna tell you all that shit that you need to know to get your ass up under that hood yourself or that car and make whatever you need to make happen. Ain't no more I don't know.
Right.
So for
In
these niggas to be,
2020
thank you. Go ahead, sis.
No, 2024 equals 8. So this is the year of karma.
It's gonna come. My God. Hey, it's all gonna come back. Ain't no more I don't know. So when it come down to it, when these little niggas that y'all got wrapped backed up into this bullshit and thinking that Malachi York ain't did it, when they get hit with these stone cold facts and information, because that's all they want is information, they gonna turn on y'all niggas so motherfucking quick. They gonna look you in your face and say, hey, he did all this shit, and y'all gonna get to talking about, well, you know, the Nibiru alien. So, man, they gonna be ready to shoot one of y'all. Man, y'all got me out here following a fucking pedophile, and you know I got kids.
Yep. Hit different. Look, bro, look at the age on the document. I ain't seen this document since I was going back and forth with them Nuwabians. I just kept it in my email. That's why I wanted to give it to you, Bobby, because I'm retired at the moment. You know, I'm gonna create another platform down the line. Right now, I'm gonna support my people. And when you look at the age,
it's say this from
2002. But scroll up a little bit. He was 57, bro. No. Same page.
Okay.
Right there. You see age? You see sex,
57.
age? Right there. 57.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 57 years
grown
old.
Like grandpa age man.
Mm-hmm.
No excuses.
So if he has 101 kids, he was producing children in like how many a year? Can anybody figure out how many children he was producing a year?
I don't know how long it took him to make that.
Multiple women.
Multiple concubines.
Oh, multiple women. Okay.
Hey, Bobby, if you want it, I got it. I got the video footage of his compound in Atlanta. If you want it, it's a news broadcast.
We put the video footage of the compound.
Okay, you got it already. All right, good.
We didn't put the footage of this nigga dancing, showing videos of him in a courtroom looking fucking crazy.
Looking crazy. Yep.
We didn't roasted this man 8 ways from Friday. It ain't to convince the niggas like Young Elder and Rod Hayes no more.
Hey, and I'm glad you said that shit about Rod Hayes too. I'm glad. Real quick, Bobby. I'm glad you said but before I forget, I'm glad you said what you said about Rod Hayes. That's another person I sat back and watched. And I was like, this dude, number one, I don't like when they come out of nowhere. I'm going to keep it a buck, bro. One of the plant channels, no disrespect to you, dog. I'm saying this is my opinion. That Black Magic channel with Rich, nothing but plants.
Yeah.
Rich support all that, and I had love and respect for it. I said, "Fuck his channel, bro." That's where the Billy Carsons came out of. The pedophile defenders came out of, and all these fake ass magic mystical. I'm gonna heal you. You know what I'm saying? Like all these cats hit that platform, and then they're able to build a platform off of his bullshit platform. No substance. Yeah, I'd
they
say
try to
fuck him too.
Rob Hayes is tampered with. He said he's tampered with. Because he claimed he was in prison with Larry Hoover, and they claimed that Larry Hoover is Murdoch.
Listen, that's okay. He was in prison.
I got
with
a
Larry
video.
Hoover. Hold on.
That's what he claims.
Okay. I'm finna let's do the research. Because I don't like when people just say stuff and then I get to refuting them.
Yes, sir.
Before I even know. Okay. And I knew where Larry Hoover was at. Okay, cool. So now let me see. Rod Hayes. Prison.
So you got the videos and the documentation. You good.
Man, all of that. I got the man up here. That was hold on. Wait a minute. Is Rod Hayes from Tennessee?
Nah, he's from Pontiac, Michigan.
Okay, cool. Cause I don't want okay. Rod Hayes. Free Larry Hoover. I don't see no Rod Hayes, prison, Detroit, or Pontiac. You say Pontiac, Michigan.
That's what he claims.
Okay.
Man, boy, I ain't been on YouTube in months. Got me in my bag.
Yeah. 16 years for murder and claims government paid him to spread knowledge. So why are we listening to him?
Right.
What the fuck?
That's COINTELPRO. Ain't that COINTELPRO definition?
Right. That's the definition of coin. So he's COINTELPRO. He coming out telling y'all he connected to Larry Hoover and motherfucking Free Malachi York. Right. I got you. And you did 16 years in jail.
Yeah.
But we can't find. Listen. Where's the murder docket? Where's your shit where you did these 16 years in jail? Because
in the spiritual in IG spiritual community, they claim that some people were saying that that Hayes is allegedly a part of the child trafficking because he was showing babies on his page sometimes and shit like that. And we don't know who these babies are. Yeah, there was a rumor in the spiritual community on IG that he was involved in the allegedly involved in the child trafficking. So that's why I stopped listening to him because.
My God. I don't get this shit. Cause this is what I'm finna say. Somebody gonna have to tell me something outside of what I know from my actual OG, who I know for a fact was locked up with Larry Hoover, Jeff Ford, and Matulu Shakur. Right? You hear me, sis? For let's say close to well over 25 years, right? The prison that my OG was locked up in is called ADX, federal prison in Colorado.
It's one of the worst, if not the worst, Bobby.
And the most secure. This is a 23-hour lockdown facility, sis.
It's underground.
You hear what I'm saying?
What?
Underground, 23-hour lockdown facility. And here go the other thing. There's no inmate contact.
Nope.
The only way you can actually have contact with the other inmates is through passing notes, different things like that. And the only ones who really have enough rank to do that is the people who have high rank within that facility. Meaning that if you just somebody that's up in there, You not finna just come up in there and say, hey, I was locked up with Larry Hoover, and guess
Right.
what he told me? Larry Hoover is not in a regular prison, sis. Larry Hoover is in the
Right.
prison El Chapo was in. He in the shit that what's the other nigga? All the head of the mob niggas go to this prison. You see what I'm saying? The niggas who
All the big kingpin.
The kingpin niggas, the niggas who finna blow up the World Trade Center. What's the boy who blew up Oklahoma City? McVeigh up in that motherfucker. This the prison Larry Hoover up in. Not no you telling me Rod Hayes was up in that motherfucker? And he out here now just talking on the internet. And I know for a fact, if you was at ADX, that ain't nothing that you could just say, like, hey, I was locked up with Larry Hoover.
Right.
See, when people just say shit like that, that's what get them fucked up. Like, yeah, I went to jail. I was locked up with Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover is not in a regular place. That ain't like saying, that ain't like if I know you, Demi, and your brother locked up, and I say, hey, man, you know, when I got locked up, I saw your brother up in there. This nigga ain't in no place like that.
Right.
He in the place where when you walk in there, you go in your cell for the day. And you get out for an hour to go into another bigger cell that's outside that they call outside time. To go walk around in that bigger cell. Do you see what I'm saying, sis? Your outside time ain't even outside. It's outside in just a bigger cell. That they call your yard time. And then you run around in that motherfucker, probably play a little basketball in that bigger cell. Then they bring you back inside. And guess what? The whole time while you outside, it's a bunch of other cells that's outside. You still ain't got no contact with nobody.
No contact. No. Bro,
my bad.
ADX is the end of the line. That's not only where they send the biggest of the biggest, but people that give like severe like behavior issues in the federal system. That's the end of the road. And there's one YouTuber whose channel that I follow. He did 5 years in ADX, and he said it's mandatory when they come in there, everybody get their ass whooped. That's part of the process. The guards beat you down when you first get there.
Yep.
Federal system ain't no joke. That's the end of the line. Like before ADX, the ADX in the 90s was Marion. That was the former, toughest federal prison before they created ADX. Yep. That's where Bobby, what's his name? The mafia cat that was working with Sammy the Bull.
John Gotti.
That's where John Gotti went, to Marion. But had ADX been around, they would have sent him to ADX.
And yeah, the ADX facility is just like high-tech prison. State-of-the-art prison, sis. This is not no shit to where this is not a prison where when they bang the gavel and they say, hey, you get 20 years, you're not going to no motherfucking ADX. Niggas is in ADX with lifetimes. This was, listen, all anonymity to my OG name. My OG is a nigga that not only got bodies under his belt, police shootouts, and police bodies. This is in the 90s. This man, that man had so many lives and shit. That man had years. He got out because of Trump. Remember, I was just telling you that? He got out because of Trump. So when I'm telling you he did 20 plus years with Hoover and Fort, yeah, he wasn't supposed to be out. He one of them ones that when niggas be like, hey, Trump let some real niggas go, yeah, that shit really did happen. Trump just didn't let Larry and Jeff Fort go. But it's a bunch of other niggas that's like, you see what I'm saying? The names that you don't know. Yeah, them niggas got out too. It's a lot of the Chambers brothers that got out too. You feel me, real rap? A lot of them Chambers got out too. them niggas from Detroit. You feel me? A lot of them niggas.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar. I had to think about it for a second.
A lot of people got out. A lot of people got out doing that Trump thing. But the thing about it is, when the high profile names didn't get out, and everybody focus on that because this all these little weirdo niggas like Rod Hayes and shit talk about, they don't even pay attention that this man let a floodgate of other motherfuckers out though.
Nah, man, crazy.
And they just want to talk about Kodak Black and Lil Wayne. Yeah, well, he ain't let out Larry, he let out Kodak Black and what? Man, them two rappers. What about the rest of these niggas?
Right.
Do you see the niggas he is letting back out?
Right.
These boys is the militant of the militant. He letting out the niggas that all this shit he talk about fighting against the deep state. I'm damn near starting to believe it with the niggas he letting out. I know these niggas is general times 10. You hear me? My OG is the nigga that get up at 57 years old. This nigga is in better shape than any nigga I know. 18 and up right now, nigga. This nigga wake up in the morning and run at 5 o'clock. Train for 25 years. This ADX, bro. This all they got to do is work out, bro.
Right.
And run and keep themselves in the most peak shape ever. 5 in the morning, get my 3 miles in. Then after I do that, go work out for an hour. Then come back, do my salat, all of that shit. Then go work for a little minute, go do construction. Then come back, work out again. Then do a run to finish off the night. Man, you is not trying to go to war with these type of niggas. These ain't the regular gangsters. These are the gangsters from yesteryear that was trained by the NOI and the Moors and all of that shit to be real soldiers. Not like back when niggas was like, yeah, we need to be afraid of the NOI and the Moors because they got niggas doing military drills and crawling in the dirt and shit. Like, it's getting different over there. Yeah, them niggas. Malachi York is a nigga that's trying to phase through walls, man.
Nigga, X-Men.
So is it true that Brother Polite is York's son, or they just saying that? Because
they say that as a moniker because they disregard their own father. No, that's not his biological son.
See what
this the same way Phase One say that's his son. These men,
okay.
Listen,
right, that's not his father.
That's a
way. Matter of fact, he
of,
never even met York.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Hey Bobby, do you have a clip?
That's idolization.
Right, like father, like son. That's what they say.
Hey Bobby, like, do you have a clip of Polite saying even if York sexually assaulted 100 children, he's still the God,
and he's still my master teacher. Not only
still my master teacher.
Not only do I got that clip and I played it. What's up with my man in the chat, Rob Young? Salute. Not only did I play that clip, we also played the clip of him chastising the young man on the bench.
Yes, on the bench. Brother. On the bench. That's one of the people. Hey, look. Go ahead.
Hold on. This was the young brother that was on the bench. His sister was on the panel a few days ago. She was up here.
Wow.
His sister. She was also in the group. And his sister live on this panel. This is what I'm saying. For these niggas to say this shit, I want them to refute somebody actual experience. Not no shit that you heard. This is this man's own sister. Yes, that's my brother. That Brother Polite did that shit too on the bench. Yes, I was in the group. Yes, all that weirdo shit that York did was true. Here goes some more shit that he did. And yes, all the New Wapians thought that when Dr. York went to trial and they gave him that sentencing, that he was going to look at the judge and laugh and walk through a wall. She said that for a fact. They was disappointed when he didn't do that shit.
Hey, bro, if you don't mind, bro, go to the federal document.
Where the federal document at? Where do I got to look for that at? You put it in the email?
Nah, you just had it up. I'll email it to you real quick though.
Is this it right here?
No. That's the medical report.
Here you
go. You had pulled it up earlier on a different tab.
Right here?
No. Like those 7 pages, all those that PDF, that's all the medical.
Oh, you talking about this right here?
Yeah, that's it. There you go. That's it. Hold on.
That's
Watch me
scary.
show you.
Hey,
This is the
That
federal.
before y'all get, can I ask a question before y'all get started? What if
Yeah,
them
go ahead.
100 and some kids doing the same thing Polite doing, and them kids really not his kids? They just idol worshiping. You know, fuck they father, they real father. They just looking at him like a god. Some of them, I ain't gonna say all.
That's a real
Some
possibility, though.
Some of them might be his kids, but if y'all like, I ain't gonna lie. I thought that Polite was his son, and with y'all saying that, I'm assuming that most of them damn out of them 100 some kids doing the same thing too.
Has to, because it's a spirit.
It's a high possibility.
The majority of York's kids, they don't even deal with the organization at all. The majority of them, though. The only few that have stood out, people like Ramesses Richardson, they call him Prince York. There's another one on the rise named I can't remember half of them. There's only about 4 or 5 of them that actually push that stuff or are involved in it. But the majority of them, and which most of them, majority of them are old, though. I think all of them are adults, but they don't really acknowledge it. I mean, they acknowledge him as being a father, and that's basically it. But as far as call is concerned, they don't even deal with him.
I'm gonna show you how. Before I get on York, one more thing on Rod Hayes. See, these scammers, they like to what I call mix the dope or convolute the argument. Rod Hayes will attack Moors but support Nawabis. But when you look at the first line of what Bobby got pulled up, it say Dwight D. York is the leader of the United Nation of Nawabi and Moors.
Wow.
So they do just like the government. The government will pretend to be, pretend to have an enemy or whatever, but the whole time that's your ally. They're not really enemies for real. Just like in the court system with the prosecutor and the defense attorney. Y'all partners.
Yep.
That's what they like to do, the first line. And then I'm gonna tell you what else they like to do. The Nawabians like to say he didn't go down for sexual assault, he went down for tax evasion. Nah, we about to debunk that right now. First paragraph. Second paragraph, pardon me. It's all up in here. But it say Dwight D. York. Oh, go ahead, fam. Go ahead.
Nah, I said that's why I fuck with you, Rap, because your ass be having that information, nigga. That's why I fuck
with
you.
Go ahead. Got to, bro. If I'm gonna make a claim like this, I'm coming with the paperwork.
Free real information. Let's go.
Free real information, bro. We taking a hiatus, man. We'll probably be back next year or maybe the year. I'm telling you, bro, like I'm going to get a bag, and then I'm always be here to support y'all, but I gotta take time to catch up. But I ain't going nowhere. I'm still here, bro. Dwight D. York, the leader of the United Nation of Nawabi and Moors, a religious ministry. Now look at all the convolutions. This is what the pretendians and all these other weirdos be on. Religious ministry, Native American tribe that has existed in some form since the 1960s. Because you know why? Just like what he did, the original Moors with Noble Drew Ali, they got about 4 or 5 different corporations. Who you think they learned that from? I digress. Over the years, the Nawabian organization's official philosophy, as well as its name, has changed several times. You know why? Because you're trying to duck the feds.
Yep.
Don't these corporations, when they get a major lawsuit, what they do? Change the title. Has changed several times, alternatively finding its basis in Islamic, Hebrew, ancient Egyptian, Yamasee Indian, and various other cultures and religions, mixing the goddamn dope. The organization, hear that shit? Islamic, Hebrew, Egyptian, Yamasee.
That nigga, hey, listen, hey, y'all mean to me, hey, real rap. You want to know what that is? I'm finna, now we finna get it to the joke. You want to know what that's like saying? This is when you ain't got no weed, and the homie look in the ashtray, and you know it's about 7 different roaches. You don't know who rolled them blunts. It's like, cuz look, we finna make a we used to call it a taco salad. Listen, we mentioned we finna bust all these roaches open and throw some ancient Hebrews, some Egyptian
Scrambled
Yamasi,
eggs.
some Islam. They put all that shit in the blunt, cuz I don't know how this finna hit, but I do know one thing: we is finna be out our fucking mind high when we hit this motherfucker.
Facts. Smoke the ash and everything. Fuck. I done been there, but I know exactly where you coming from. Where do you think they get it from, though, Bobby? I'm Hebrew, Indian, Kemetic, you know what I'm saying, African, and whatever else they're gonna put together. All of it. Fuck it. I'm the original man on earth. I can do that.
That's right.
I could be a black European, African. I could be a pretendian. I could be all this shit.
This nigga crazy as hell. That
niggas come together.
Oh my god! And listen, after the Yamasi, it's like various other cultures and religion. So after that, it's like, yeah, nigga, we got some Hinduism in there, some Gnosticism. We got a little Yoruba. Yeah, there's some Dogon shit up in there too. Go on, sift through. Yeah, we got some Australian Aborigine mysticism in that bitch. Oh yeah, we got some of that Creole voodoo up in there. Yeah, it's all type of shit in that blunt. Hit that shit, nigga.
Bobby, what that sound like? A cat, just like Coming to America. Open up the jacket and got about 5 or 6 razors, some alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Some leftover corn on the cob. You know what I'm saying? From churches.
That's right.
I'm the one-stop shop, baby. I'm the one-stop shop.
Right. Right.
God, damn.
Come get your religion over here. Digress, man.
They hit that nigga with the Rico. Hey, that nigga got hit with
it's
Rico
coming.
charge. Oh, no,
I'm gonna read through. I'm gonna read through it. So look, the organization was founded in Brooklyn, New York. However, in approximately 1990, the Nuwaubians moved to a farm in Sullivan County, New York. Early 1993, York began to move the Nuwaubians from Sullivan County to a large plot of land in Edenton, Georgia. November 21st, 2003, a grand jury in the United States District Court of the Middle District of Georgia, Macon Division, returned a second superseded indictment, which formed the basis for York's 14-day trial in January 2004. The indictment contains 13 counts. Now check this, like the Rico, watch this. Specifically, count 1 charges York with a racketeer, influence, and corrupt organizations conspiracy in violation 18 U.S. Code subsection 1962. Count 2, charges a substantive RICO offense in violation of 18 U.S. Code. The RICO counts are predicted on specific instances in which York, number 1, here you go, engaged in the interstate transport of minors with the intent to engage in unlawful sexual activity. Can't bypass that. That's the first major charge. Number 2, engage in like the day that I was going against the Nuwaubians on that clubhouse, they got the same word and it was denied. Engage, bro, crazy, bro.
And I also want to point out, sometimes it's good to look up. Sometimes it's good to look up the codes of the codes, because it tells you really more in depth what exactly
happened. Right.
Yes. Okay, go on, brother. Sorry, my bad.
No, you good. All interjections are welcome, because I'm on Bobby time. We good, because that's a fact. You put that code in, and it's gonna give you it's not only gonna give you a better description, but it'll give you the history. That's why I always rock with Cornell Law. That's what I do. Now it's a great point, sis. Great point. Number 2, engaged in interstate travel for the purpose of engaging in unlawful sexual activity with minors.
Minors, cuz.
Number 3, unlawful structured cash transactions. Now he's slick. I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna explain it. Unlawfully structured cash transactions in order to avoid federal reporting requirements. Bobby, we already know what that is. Anything under 10,000.
Yep, $9,000 here, $7,000 there. Yeah, we know what that is.
Facts. Count 3 charges York with general criminal conspiracy to engage in the interstate transport of minors with the intent to engage in unlawful sexual activity. They keep making a point of that, bro, every time. As well as with conspiracy to unlawfully structure cash transactions to avoid federal reporting requirements in violation of 18 U.S. Code subsection 371. These are the major ones right here. Can you scroll down for me a little bit, bro?
Yes, sir.
I hope he wasn't selling these children. They wasn't selling these children to have, paying for sex with these children.
This is why they saying that Dr. York was a part of a bigger conspiracy.
Yeah.
This is where when the niggas like Rod Hayes want to say free Dr. York because he's a patsy, is trumped up charges. That's what they mean by trumped up, because he is a part of the Epstein Island bloodline. You know what I'm saying? He a part of a funneling system with African Bambooty and the rest of these goofy little groups that wrap young people up and feed them to the beast.
So
I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. York was like a fall guy for a much bigger conspiracy. Not meaning that he's innocent, but meaning that, nigga, these thousands that we finna get off on you ain't is good enough to deduct the millions or the hundreds of thousands of shit that we doing. You see what I'm saying? You feed us thousands into a system that go from the hundreds of thousands to the you dig?
Yeah.
So he ain't nothing but just one tether on the line.
Right.
Which is why they get to say it's a bigger thing. We get that it's a bigger thing. That don't make him innocent though.
Exactly.
Bobby.
Don't.
Yeah, what's up with it, brother?
Brother, this is I'm brother Zab, brother. I just wanted to go to something earlier you were referencing on Sanchez, and I can actually vouch that there's fact behind what you had to claim behind your theory with the Asiatic people and
we gonna get into that in a second.
Okay,
I don't want you to derail it too far, but I know exactly where you're going with that. And it ain't no disrespect to Sanchez. He just came in at the end and was hearing everything out of context. So he thought I was trying to say that it was some other shit.
Yo, no, you good, brother.
No disrespect to the bro, man. Yeah, it was just a
peace and love to everybody, man. Peace and love.
That's all. But yeah, dealing with what we were just talking about.
So look, Bobby, and look to the rest of the family. Y'all see in this next paragraph how it's got these capital letters and it's just the initials. That's the children. KHANDNATIJANKL. That's the children, because legally, you can't expose their identity underage. It's all in front of you. Counts 4, 5, 6, and 8. This the killer. Charge York with the specific interstate transport of minors for sex acts that form the basis for those predicate acts in the RICO and conspiracy counts in violation of the Mann Act, 18 USC subsection 2423. Specifically, count 4 charges the interstate transport of a minor identified as IJ from Sullivan County, New York to Edenton, Georgia. From Sullivan County, New York to Edenton, Georgia. The first unfortunate victim, IJ.
That's Issa Johnson.
In Georgia, February 1993. Count 5 charges the interstate transport of 3 minors identified as KH, AN, and DN from Sullivan County to. Go ahead.
You just said one of them names. You said Issa Johnson.
Issa Johnson was Kathy Johnson's son. That and Kathy Johnson, her son was one of the youngest at the time who was molested. She said that she wasn't aware that he was molesting her son, but she did participate in the molestation of other boys with him.
Oh my God.
But she did apologize as best she could in her book, her memoirs, where she, of course, she was still on parole, so she couldn't really go into it, but she did offer an apology of sorts because she is remorseful about her participation in the sex acts.
Oh no, lady.
Yeah, my bad, rap. I just heard him.
Apology.
No, it's good. It's good.
Once you said the
Can you believe
initial,
that shit?
I heard him say the name, and I'm like,
I'm
damn, he know
sorry.
the
I'm
name.
sorry for molesting your babies.
Fuck
Yeah,
all that.
but
That's
he wouldn't
my
acknowledge
Can you
the fact
believe
that
that
he was
shit?
molesting her son.
She ain't want to acknowledge that because she was doing
Right.
it with him.
I'm a molester. That's why.
Exactly.
What she? I
And
don't give a fuck
that
what
was
she
part of
talking
her
about.
Some of them was
sentencing.
some women was recruiting.
Yes, that
That
was brought out in the
that is a fact.
indictment. Matter of
Yeah,
fact, after
That's
you
what they
finish this,
did.
I'm gonna present the pre-sentencing investigation report, where unfortunately, because I don't have any control over this, but all of the names are on it and the sexually transmitted diseases that they had. But what I was able to do was I redacted it myself from the document so that I didn't want, because it is a part of public information because it's not under seal. But I
Right, you
did
try to
block
conceal
out
their name.
certain
Right.
parts because I don't think
Right.
it's fair that their
No, that's
what
honorable.
York gave them is out in the public.
Right.
But I think it's relevant and it's necessary for people to see what exactly happened and what led to York having to um, uh, what led to him having his guilty plea rejected in the federal guilty plea.
Because they saw through his bullshit and was like, you
So how in
tripping.
the fuck do a man think he can walk through walls and walk on water, but this motherfucker walking around acting like he can't still give a motherfucker transmitted disease? He's a god, right?
My God. All that cleanliness and you ain't clean your body, huh? All them Dr. Sabi herbs.
That's what I'm saying, Bobby.
Well, Savy didn't come around until York was already
Hypocrites.
incarcerated, so he never
I
met
know
York.
that was a joke. That was
I'm
a
just
joke.
giving to make sure we got context.
Just so just so don't nobody out there think that Dr.
Cool.
Sabi and Dr. York was kicking it in Honduras nowhere. No, that wasn't going on. Nope. Go ahead, Real Rap. You got it, good.
So look, specifically, and look, I don't think we got to go through the whole document, Bobby. I think this page would be sufficient. Yeah, just this last paragraph, I'm pretty much done. Because after that, it just kind of repeats and gives like the history. But it says count 4, 5, 6, and 8 charge York with specific interstate transport of minors for sex acts that form the basis of those predicate acts in the RICO conspiracy counts. Violation of the Mann Act. Specifically, count 4 charges the interstate transport of a minor identified as IJ from Sullivan County, New York to Edenton, Georgia in February 1993. Count 5 charges the interstate transport of 3 minors identified as KH, AN, and DN from Sullivan County to Edenton in April 1993. Count 6 charges the interstate transport of a minor identified as AT from Kings County, New York to Georgia in April 1993. And count 8 charges the interstate transport of 3 minors identified as AN, KL, and SW from Georgia to Florida in 1996. Count 7 charges York with a 1996 act of interstate travel from Georgia to Florida for the purposes of engaging again in unlawful sexual activity with minors under the Mann Act. The minors in count 7 are the same minors named in count 8.
Damn.
Last paragraph, it gives you the same details on how he was trying to manipulate the money and keep it under the 10,000. So it's a way to avoid taxes. That's it, bro. That's it, bro. You got the document.
Sheesh.
Making money by those kids. I'm sorry. I mean, come
It's
on.
disgusting. It's
It's
disgusting.
disgusting. It's disgusting.
Worse.
Hey, let me
Worse.
ask this: did they get any DNA evidence off this dude and off these kids to actually verify this? Like, yeah,
I
or
showed his DNA. We got his. I don't have the children's DNA. I got his though.
Yes.
maybe
Yeah.
maybe they got it
Yeah.
and they actually matched it together.
The DNA that was brought up, the DNA analysis was to establish paternity for some of the, or a couple of the young ladies who were mothers of his children who were molested at 13 and 14 to establish paternity. So that DNA
Oh,
evidence
There
was
go
brought
your
up.
DNA evidence right there. I
So
feel
that
one
you.
was
more
This nigga got
one more
kids by
chapter,
13
Bobby.
year olds. Lord,
Keep going, brother. Keep going. Hey, Bobby, scroll down one more chapter because y'all gotta hear this one. Right there at trial with substantial evidence right there. No, my bad. Yeah. At trial, because I'm reading it off my phone. So look, at trial, listen to this. Two-parent, watch this. At trial, there was substantial evidence that under York's leadership, the Nuwabians' lifestyle was highly restricted. That's what y'all was saying earlier. York had many quote-unquote wives who served his business and personal needs. York's followers were expected to abide by his rules or risk punishment or expulsion from the Nuwabian organization. Men and women did not live together. Kind of like what you were saying earlier, Bobby, with the damn Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. All these organizations try to separate the man and the woman. Men and women did not live together. Children beyond toddler age were generally separated from their parents, and children were separated by sex and age and lived in different buildings and rooms accordingly. Children were homeschooled and usually interacted with their biological parents for only specific short periods of time. Crazy. Several witnesses testified that York, both in Sullivan County, New York, and Eden, Georgia, as well as Athens, Georgia, engaged in regular course of sexual contact with underage children within the Nuwabian organization, including oral, vaginal, and anal sex.
God damn.
It's disgusting, bro. Some of the children were as young as 6 years old when the initial sexual contact with York occurred. Certain of York's quote unquote wives and older sexual partners, some still underage themselves, help recruit or encourage younger children to participate in sex acts with York. How can his people beat that, bro? Straight up.
I'm surprised they don't use the word
300 years.
sodomy or anything in these charges. I guess.
that was in the state indictment.
Oh, in the state. Okay.
Yeah, because they have an open list and category of child molestation. That's why when the
Okay.
judge said you're charged with rape, child molestation in the federal, they just have it under the Federal Mann Act as transporting minors across state lines for the purpose of illegal sex or activity.
Wow. So he had clients, basically. I mean, that's what it's saying.
No. It was when the listed victims, they all lived at that time in Monticello, New York, in Sullivan County. And when the property was purchased in Eatonton, there was a list of individuals that he wanted to come down from upstate, and those who were not on the list, they went back to the community in Brooklyn, or some even left,
Okay.
depending on the person. I think there was one sister who testified. Her name was Ebony. She left the community at that point. And so the transportation was that because he didn't himself drive them down, he caused for them to be transported. And in the destination state being Georgia, the sexual activity continued and increased. And some of the individuals who were molested upstate and downstate, after he abandoned the sex acts with them, they in turn became recruiters for
Mm-hmm.
younger victims who came in later.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up a document
Go ahead,
where
bro.
this was outlined. First of all, let me just show you this, because I have all the I have I think I have maybe 5 that I don't have of the sealed transcripts. But those are just some of the other parts of the case. But all of the listed victims who testify, we have that, and that's what I usually try to refer to when
Mm-hmm.
when writing these articles, etc. So this one was. Let me see if I can share this. This one, I believe, because let me see who. Can you see it?
No, I
Are you
don't see
sharing
it.
the screen?
Yes.
There we go.
You don't
Yeah, we
see
can
it?
see it now.
Okay. So
Yeah,
this
we
one
see it.
is volume 8 from January 14th. Sealed transcript. And you see the defendant. These are his attorneys,
Mm.
Adrian Patrick, Manubir Aurora, and Cedric Davis. These two here are black men, so let that be ended there. Adrian Patrick and Cedric Davis. In this one, you had actually, these are people who testified. And it literally places you in the courtroom. So if you've never sat in court at the York trial, this is everything. This includes the bench huddles, sidebar, everything
Mm.
as it took place. Now, this was given. Now, this one is not. These are not redacted. So I'm trying to be careful on certain things. But the redacted cost about 13,000, I think it is,
Mm.
depending on how many pages, and it has to be drawn up legally. And that one is redacted. But these, because it came from someone who worked on the case, that let me have these, is it gets into every nook and cranny of what was taking place. Let me see if I can go down, just give you an idea of some things. Let me see.
Okay.
So, like, if you look at this here, okay, so let me see. If you look at, okay, you see A and Q, or you have the question and answer. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I would say, who was this? Just jump in there, okay. And question. Well, let me just find out who's talking here. I don't even know who. Because this is IJ, which you had mentioned earlier. Because all the names are already out there. They've been put on Nuwapian websites for the longest. Well,
Damn,
let
that's it
me
right there. That's it right there. You just passed it up.
Oh
Right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
And
Now let's go to David Noel and Issa Johnson
Mm.
in terms of the impression after your examinations. And both Issa Johnson and David Noel and a few other individuals, you stated that Issa Johnson is a 13-and-a-half-year-old male with normal genital examination. This is one of the doctors that examined Issa Johnson and David Noel. So this one just talks about how I said, now Issa Johnson stated that he had not been abused, correct? Issa was one that said no, no, no. He had a normal. Well, I'm not gonna get into all of that, talking about genital.
Mhm.
But let me drop that one and then move over to this transcript. What is this? Oh, this one is one of the girls. When we were talking about the money structuring, this
Mhm.
was one of the ladies who worked in the office that dealt with the money, and she
Mm.
testified on behalf of the prosecution on how the money was dealt with, um, what were the money days, and how the structuring process took place. So just to give an example, what period of time? Let me go up here. I'm gonna try to send this to you. I'm gonna try to send you 3 of these things, so at least because they are pretty long, so it ain't like you're gonna read it in one setting. And then some of the gory stuff is going to kind of make your head spin. You may want to put it down because it's pretty sick. Some of the stuff you read is really sick. Now, what you're reading is what was said, and in some cases, the kid broke down on the stand, and they had to take a pause. All right, so and did you make the bank runs up until the time you left? Yep. Excluding the time when after the accident, I was making bank runs. The money that you would take to the bank, where did it come from? Do you know? The money came from, they had what we call Money Thursdays, but the days were changed sometimes. But it was when the other stores that were open, like in New York and Philadelphia or Florida or North Carolina, they used to come to the land to purchase products so they can restock their stores, and that money came from there. Question: were there other sources of money? The brothers peddling, which was when you go out every day and you had to turn in your money from making money from going out, and mail orders from books and things like that. Are you familiar with the Holy Tabernacle Ministries? Yes. What is that? When I first moved down to Georgia, another job I had was I worked along with Isla Washington. We had to establish something called the Holy Tabernacle Ministries, which was actually a mail order where you could write in and pay for a title, which is a title meaning that you will be a rabbi, a reverend, part of the ancient Egyptian order, all that kind of stuff. That was what it. So, and uh, those, I think it was about $50 to get that title. It was called a doctor, a rabbi, imam. You could pay for these titles, and when we would send you the certificate with your name and that title on there. Do you remember how much those cost? I think the Doctor of Divinity was the most expensive one, and I believe that was $50. And then it would increase, like Rabbi wasn't as expensive, and Imam, and then Reverend. See, when you look at some of the tapes from the students of the Wabble, I can pull up some of mine. Like my name is Larry Morgan. So he had me as Dr. Larry Morgan. So I was a doctor of divinity because I paid for my certificate to get. So you get a certificate with a little seal on it, and that was your you take that if you want to laminate it, seal it up. You can take it and say that this is my certification for being a doctor, even though I had no prior experience and receiving a doctoralship. But because I was a member of the organization and I was one of his student teachers, and I paid for this, that granted me as being a doctor of divinity within the cult. And that was you know he had those are some of the side hustles that he had in addition to um just selling the books. So this is just part of the seal transcript that dealt with the money structuring. This young lady here, as well as Habiba Washington, and what was her name, Sakina Parham, they testify as to how the money structuring process took place because they worked in the office finance department. Then you had the other sisters who worked in the book department. You had those who worked in the art department, and then you did had others who dealt with just the day-to-day life on the property, where they had to send letters by way of them to Dr. York or Mr. York to receive things like tampons, food, because it had gotten that bad. And in some of the testimony, and you'll read it, where some of the sisters, because he didn't give them monies to purchase sanitary napkins, they used stockings, paper towels, or rags, and wrapped them up in stockings
Wow.
and used them as sanitary. That's how bad it got, and that was
Wow.
that's
I bet them
in
females
some
were
of the
funky. See, that's the reason why he probably around there raping the damn kids, not damn doing nothing to the women, because the women pussy stink. Can't even clean it right.
What
no.
Basically,
Y'all got it. I'm sorry. I'm
probably,
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Y'all
no,
got it.
but
probably.
yeah, but see, here's the thing. All right, there's something to that.
What the hell?
the pattern, if you read when you read the testimonies, the pattern from some of the mothers that testified was that York had turned their daughters against the mother and had the mothers turned against the daughters or sons, because he would put rumors that like in this case, saying that this person's daughter was rebellious, she's got a demon in her, you need to break communication with her. And then in turn tell that child who's looking for a mother that your mother doesn't love you, your mother doesn't want you.
Right.
I'll take care of you. I'm the one who is supervising you. And that was the pattern that York had. It was documented as far as the evidence.
This nigga extreme grooming.
Yeah.
Nigga
So
polite
we would
said he
take
still
big
be my
bills and
master
give them to
manipulator.
Doc. When you say big bills, like the hundreds and the 50s, they would go directly to him. Question: were there ever amounts deposited into the bank over 10,000? Answer: well, I was told not. I was told not to because I would have to fill out that form. Who told you that, Dr. York? When you say you have to fill that form out, what form? It's like a tax form, I believe. You have to fill out. Did he tell you why he didn't want you to fill that out? He just told me I better not fill it out. When you went on the bank runs, were you ever asked by anybody in the bank to fill out such a form? Yes. What happened? At People's Bank in Edenton, they asked me to fill it out, but I just took some of the money out and they just let me go ahead and make the deposits. On other occasions, I just took some of it and went to another branch of the People's Bank and made two separate deposits, so it wouldn't be over 10,000. And at another bank, when they asked me, I just walked away, and on and on. So she's just giving you her participation in
Right.
the money structuring issue that was one of the counts
Yeah, because
against York.
anything over 10,000 that you deposit, the federal government has to look into it.
It's got to be reported. It's a fact.
Yeah,
Exactly. And that was the paperwork that she did, and York told her not to fill it out.
This is a great cross reference, bro, because everything you're reading matches up from the federal document verbatim.
Yeah, that particular one, yeah, that one you have there, that was part of the they were trying to get that. What's the word? Give me a second. Let me stop sharing this for a second. But they were trying because that was from 2005, right? Yeah, that was a part of the appeal. So we have another one here where
subpoenaed or
Yeah.
something.
Appeal.
No, that was Dr. York's appeal.
Appeal. He said it right the first time.
Yeah. So then they
'Cause it's-
did another one with the United States Courts of Appeal in the 11th Circuit, where it talked basically about the same thing, and then the government offers their reason why his appeal was rejected, and they give you just like the document you have. They give. Matter of fact, let me pull it up. Why not just pull it up?
Yeah, we still got it. And
yeah.
Go to it's part 2 issues on appeal. I just didn't scroll down because it's long, and like I was trying to let you get to your information.
Yeah, these things are
It's very long.
If you already have it up, it's not even necessary to pull that out.
But it's greatly detailed. Hey Bobby, do you want to pull up the federal case?
Got you.
If you still got it.
Hold on,
once you pull it up, scroll down. It's gonna say part 2 issues on appeal, and it's gonna give you the history. Yeah, right there. On appeal, York raises several assignments of error, including the indictment misjoined the sexual abuse charges with the financial structuring charges. Now, remember when I said when I was battling with them dirty Nubians, they kept saying he never had a sexual assault case. It was only money laundering. That's because that's the way he was fighting this case. And in the district court, read it one more time. The indictment misjoined the sexual abuse charges with the financial structuring charges. In the district court, erred in refusing to sever those charges. Exactly. Number 2, The district court erred in refusing to dismiss the RICO counts because the United Nation of Nubian Moors is not a quote-unquote enterprise under RICO, and because there is an insufficient connection between York's alleged acts and the Nubian organization. Number 3.
And what you're reading is that's from the Nubian attorney who was where they was trying to appeal, and these are some of their claims that
facts
where there was an error, or they erred in the okay, they had erred in the conviction, and of course after this you'll get their reasons and the evidence as to why they dismissed or rejected the appeal. And I think all of his appeals are pretty much over with now anyway.
Do you want to just scroll to that?
Let's go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. You got pre-trial publicity. Let's see. I ain't read this in a while. Pardon me, family. Okay, so you got to change revenue. You want to start there, Bobby? It's gonna be pre-trial publicity, second paragraph.
Pre-trial publicity.
Yeah, go back up, bro.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, it's my fault. I wasn't looking at the computer.
That's okay. I know. I'm sorry.
All right, go back down. Yeah, right there. All right. Right there. Second paragraph says approximately 1 month after the change of venue order, the grand jury issued the second superseding indictment on which York was ultimately tried. The grand jury was chosen from the same pool of individuals from which any trial jury would have been chosen if York's trial had actually taken place within the Middle District of Georgia. After the indictment issued in November 2003, York moved for its dismissal, arguing that if the trial jury pool was tainted by pretrial publicity as of October 2003, then it must follow that the indictment issued by a Macon area grand jury approximately 1 month after the change of venue order must also be tainted due to pre-indictment publicity. Like, don't this low key sound like the OJ case?
Yes,
Well,
I was thinking of when he was reading it. I said, this is like the OJ case.
Trying to move the venue. You see how slick they is?
Mm-hmm.
The district court denied York's motion, concluding that York, quote, failed to show that pre-indictment publicity resulted in actual bias or prejudice against him, end quote, before the grand jury. The district court found that the existence of pre-trial publicity by itself, or even evidence that the grand jury may have been aware of the publicity, was insufficient to carry York's burden of showing actual bias or prejudice in the grand jury's decision to indict. The district court concluded that the grand jury need not deliberate in, quote, a sterile chamber, end quote, and that the pre-trial publicity alone with an inadequate ground upon which to base the dismissal of indictment. Last one. With regard to its change of venue order, the district court drew a distinction between the role of grand jury and trial jury, pointing out that the grand jury is an investigative and accusatorial body and, quote, unimpeded by evidentiary and procedural restrictions applicable to a criminal trial, end quote. The district court then classified its earlier decision to permit a change of venue as one taken out of, quote, abundance of caution, and found that the dismissal of indictment was, quote, far too extreme a remedy under these circumstances, meaning we not playing ball with your pedophile ass.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
We not moving the goalposts.
So if he was succeeded in that request, what would happen? If he was granted that?
To be in all honesty,
the appeal?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, have an appeal for a new trial.
Just another trial.
Oh, so
Yeah.
that's what this was pertaining to just set another. Okay, to move the venues is to okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh, and the
Got
moving
it.
that venue initially was because the Nuwaubian attorneys claimed that there was a pre-trial publicity which may have prejudiced the jury, but
Nobody
much
knew
of
this
that
nigga, bro.
pre-trial publicity came from the Nuwaubians who were passing out flyers and leaflets
Oh
talking
yeah.
about the York case,
Mhm.
naming
Mm-hmm.
victims and talking about their background, and then attacking some of the local officials as being part of some good old boy network.
It was a campaign. It seemed like it.
So it was ultimately moved to Brunswick, Georgia.
Mm.
Same outcome.
Yeah, I know
Since we're on
exactly
that,
where
let
that.
me
Yep,
just
Brunswick, Georgia.
piggyback
Woo.
of sorts on this because one of the mothers whose daughter was a listed victim testified, and because she worked in the office, she was privy to a lot of other information, a lot of things as far as information is concerned. Let me share this.
Damn.
Oh, well, this is something different. I'm sorry, but let me show you since we're already on it. This is the pre-sentencing investigation report. All right, so because this was the federal case, so when York pled guilty, the judge had to sentence him based on the federal sentencing guidelines on what
Facts.
level, that he was on, and his criminal history and the severity of the crime. So this is what
Mhm.
this document is about. So
His brother's sharp,
and
bro.
this has his whole criminal history, all of the gory details of what took place regarding certain victims. Now this was May 29, 2003. Now count 1 and count 2, structuring of cash. Interesting. Now, this is prior to the superseding indictment that came.
Right.
Okay. So now, if we were to just go and just get a big, see, he got where's that? Birth
Scroll down,
June
Bobby.
26th.
Scroll down to pre-sentence investigation. It's gonna say number 1, pre-sentence investigation
where you at?
report and sentencing hearing.
Okay. I'm looking at the actual document. Can you? All right. So what page? You see the first page? It says
Are you trying to share your screen, brother?
Oh, you don't see my
Look,
screen?
that's it right there, bro.
Oh, you
Hold
got
on,
it now?
hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm not looking at the.
I could do that real quick. Oh, no, keep sharing your screen. We could do this right there. Bam. There
You got it now?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Man, yeah, we got it set up. His and mine set up. Go ahead and build, brother.
Right. Well, this is going to be real fast.
No, bro. Take your time. I'm gonna piggyback off you. You good?
Cool. Damn. What is it at? Give me a second.
So on one of these fines that he owes the state that he has to pay, I see it's $250,000 fines. I mean, with each charge, don't he have to pay for the fines? You know, there's charges. Don't he have to like pay for the fines?
Yeah, it starts with an R. What's that word, Bobby?
Restitution.
Restitution.
Yeah.
Was it restitution?
Yeah.
Yeah, restitution.
Because he did have to pay. He did have to pay restitution for sure.
Yeah, it's got to be restitution.
And some of that restitution helped pay for the schooling of some of the children, because
that's
a lot
called
of them were
restitution.
functionally
Yeah, it's called restitution.
Oh, when he pays this, it's like you said, $250,000 for the 15 years for the charge and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
when they raided his mansion in Athens, Georgia, he had $7,000, $70,000. I forget exactly how much, but he had that much in a suitcase, and that money was confiscated, and it was divided to go towards medical, education, etc. for some of the listed victims. Okay, I'm trying to find. Believe it or not, I done lost the stream where. Hold on. Okay, what do you see on the
What part
screen?
you trying to find? You trying to find the sentencing months?
No, I'm trying to find what we were. Hold on.
Like
Hold on.
each sentence for each count, because that's what I had pulled up.
No. Give me a second, man. My fault.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time. No, you good.
Okay, am I still sharing?
Yeah, you still sharing.
Okay, we were just talking about the pre-sentencing investigation report. Oh, I think I know where it is. My fault. All right, there it is. Oh, can you see it now? Is it moving?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So, real fast. Here we go. You got date of birth. You got his name. At that time, it was he was 57. Social Security. Blah 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 blah. Blah. All right, his alias.
Everything
These are all of
matches.
his aliases. Asa Abdullah Muhammad. Asa Abdullah Allah. Asa Abdullah Allah Muhammad. Malachi York. Blah blah blah. Okay. The offense. This report contains sensitive information concerning adult and juvenile victims. Disclosure discretion is mandatory. So it just goes into on January 23rd, 2003, Malachi York entered a plea of guilty to 2 counts superseding information. Count 1 for the information charge that on or about April 1993, the defendant transported or caused to be transported individuals not yet 18 but under 25 years of age in interstate commerce from Sullivan County, New York to Putnam County, Georgia, for the purpose of engaging in unlawful sexual activity in violation of 18 USC 2423A, count 2 of the superseding information charged that on or about January 21, 1999, knowingly and for the purpose of evading and reporting requirements found under the regulations permitting to that the defendant assisted in structuring a financial transaction with a domestic financial institution as part of a pattern of illegal structuring involving more than 100,000 during a 12-month period, and on and on and on. As we go further, I'm just going to be careful with what I'm about to put up because this has never been done live. So I just want to give you an idea of where we're going. So the offense conduct. The following information was made available as a result of a joint investigation between the Putnam County law enforcement officers and the Federal Bureau of Investigations into the activities surrounding Dwight David York and his organization located in Putnam County, Georgia. Dwight York, hereafter referred to as York, became the focus of an intensive federal investigation on May 2001. York was the religious leader of an organization that is deemed a cult by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. York's followers resided and worked on properties owned by York in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Brooklyn, New York, Sullivan County, New York, Eatonton, Georgia, and other parts of the United States. Beginning in 1998, anonymous letters were received by the FBI and local law enforcement agencies alluding to sexual misconduct occurring at York's Eatonton compound. The Inio and letters. Yeah, I'm sorry. And letters could not be substantiated by law enforcement officials. In May 2001, almost simultaneously, the Putnam County Sheriff's Department received a phone call from a York follower, and the FBI received a phone call from the mother of one of the victims. Both callers provided substantial information about the occurrences of sexual abuse and molestation of children at the compound. The information provided by the callers culminated in interviews with law enforcement and ultimately led to York's indictment. A search warrant was obtained in the compound on May 8, 2002. The FBI, along with other local county and state officials, executed the warrant. York and Kathy York were arrested in Milledgeville, Georgia, prior to the raid. As an aid to the court, the following is a synopsis of York's history with the organization. York's involvement with the families of the children that were a part of his organization paved the way for his victimization of these families and children. The organization membership, lifestyle. York was the leader of an organization that began in 1960s in New York. Investigators believe that York's organization was initially named the Nubian Islamic Hebrews and the organization attracted thousands of followers over the years. In 1973, York allegedly traveled to Sudan, Africa, and when he returned, changed the name of the organization to Ansarullah Community and created a community for his followers in Brooklyn, New York. In 1983, York, using the name Isa Muhammad, and one of his followers, Nathaniel Washington, purchased a large piece of property in Sullivan County located in upstate New York. Now, Nathan Washington is Habiba Washington's father, which he molested at age 13. York changed the name of the organization several times, and some of the organization's names were Tensapita, Ansarullah, the United Nuwabian Moors. Well, they got it mixed up. The Ancient Mystic Order of Melchizedek, and most recently the Al-Mahdi Shrine, Mahdi Shriners. And the shrine was kind of like York's way of trying to look like a kindly old man who was part of a Masonic order for elders in the Ancient Mystic Order of the Shrine. But that was all bogus because York was not accepted, was never accepted in any legitimate Masonic order, and he then he set up his own Masonic thing called the Nuwabian Grand Lodge of Freemasonry, where he received a number of books from a man who was a 32nd degree Mason who shared that information with York, and of course, when you know all the rituals and how to give a password, sign, handshake, they usually let you get Masonic paraphernalia from any publication, from any bookstore, and York was able to provide that, and that's how you got all the elaborate outfits that York had. But anyway, that's another story. But the mutation continued. Oh, I'm sorry. Mahdi Shrine. So York led his followers to believe that he was a prophet, master teacher, and even God himself. York's organization has morphed over the years from Islamic-like ideals, clothing, and lifestyles to cowboy hats, boots, customs to the Yamasee Native American Moors of the Creek Nation, with York as Chief Black Eagle. The mutation continued as the Indians evolved into the United Nuwabian Nation of Moors, complete with shaved heads, black robes, Egyptian pyramids, and one time York and his followers believed the defendant to be from the planet Risk, sent to Earth as its savior. York was to choose 144,000 followers to accompany him back to Risk when the mothership returned to Earth in May 2000.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, that's what
he made money off those kids. He made money off those kids. That's what he did.
Yeah.
That's
crazy. In January 1993, York sold the Sullivan County property that was in upstate New York, the New York property, and purchased 444 acres of land, a house, and numerous outbuildings on Shadydale Road in Georgia. York developed another community at this location, and at that time changed the name of his group to the United Nuwabian Nation of Moors. York summoned certain of his followers from Sullivan County and elsewhere to relocate to the compound in Georgia. Approximately 300 followers arrived at the compound in 1993 and later years. York claimed that the compound was a sovereign nation, and he issued false passports, birth certificates, and Muslim names under United Nuwabian Nation members. Life on the compound in Edenton, Georgia, and other prior locations was vastly different than the communities from which the followers came. That's a fact. The lifestyle was.
Excuse me. How can he issue false passport? He had to connect up in the government somewhere.
No. When he said the false passports, and I can go in the room and pull one up, and you can see it. He had. When you came on the property, they give you this novelty passport, so that you get a passport picture, you get it printed on there, and you get it stamped at the pylons or the gate when you come inside.
Wow.
So it wasn't, and even tells you in the passport that this is a novelty and not for official use.
Wow.
I'm sorry. And the birth
Okay.
certificate, that was all the stuff that you get when you so I'll
Wow.
give you an example. He put out three little small pamphlets called the birth ceremony, the marriage ceremony, and the baptism ceremony. And within that you were able to order in the back page, you get to order a new birth certificate and so far as getting your name changed and
Mm-hmm.
because you feel like you're a new creature, on and
Mm-hmm.
on and on. All
Okay.
right, so okay, so the lifestyle was restrictive, oppressive, and dominated by York's will. York had many wives, which is should be say concubines because he was never married, who served him in his home and businesses. Kathy Johnson, who who joined York's organization 15 years ago when she was 18 years old, was considered to be York's main wife, which he expressed that he loved her more than anyone, the rest of the wives,
Mm-hmm.
to be York's main wife. York made the rules for his community, and his followers were expected to abide by those rules or face punishment. His wives carried out his wishes and demands. Those were the people who worked in the office, and they were usually the victims listed in
Right.
the indictment. All right, so traditional family life was non-existent in the compound. Men and women were not allowed to live together, and the women, especially York's wives, were not allowed to speak with men other than York. That's a fact, because whenever you see the sisters, they always had their head down, and they couldn't speak to you unless he was in their presence, if they were allowed to even speak at all. Now, when I would, of course, speak with, she would just Kathy would be there. She was just more like the secretary. She did a lot of the work on the other side that you didn't necessarily see. Children slept in buildings and rooms according to their sex and age group. Children were also taught to obey York and not their parents. Now, if when I give you this sealed transcript, or I keep saying sealed, when you get the transcript, you'll see how um, each one of the children who testified, or the teens who testified, they were explaining how they never really saw their parents. You see, so they had a very separate family life. So everything that they dealt with was under York because they were under York's care. That as far as food, shelter, everything. And these were some of the parents who were like York's lieutenants running the organization. They gave their children over to him. So anyway, real fast, because I'm going to wrap this up real fast. Okay, so the children were also taught to obey York and not their parents. Children were instructed to call York by the Arabic titles Baba, which is true, because that's why a lot of people still call him, saying that York is their father, because they use the name Baba. Imam, which is leader, Isa, because remember I told you yesterday or a couple of days ago, when York had his Savior's Day in upstate New York, he changed his name from Isa Hadi al Mahdi, and he was calling himself Rabboni Yahshua Bar El Hadi. Rabboni, of course, he's taught that Rabboni was Jesus's holy name. So when you go in the Bible, you see Jesus is referred to as Rabboni. That was his holy name, according to York. And that was one of his ways of saying that he was the return of the Messiah. So children were restricted to visit with their families on certain days of the week and for a few hours. And that usually was on a Saturday, on what he called a Tipple Day, which is Children's Day. Disobedient children were punished by not being allowed to see their parents, and children were not allowed to attend school off campus, but receive homeschooling on the property. York would decide how much of his followers would eat, what clothes they would wear, and where they would live and work in the community. And that was like the men who lived in the barn, they would come out in the morning and they would work on the different edifices that they built, like some of the pyramids and the artwork. That's what they did from the time they woke up to the time they go to sleep. The girls or the kids, they would work in the office getting
Basically.
books prepared. Everybody had a chore that they had to live by. But anyway, and I'm getting ready to get into some gory stuff, but I'm gonna try to speed it up because I don't want to. Some things I don't want to put out. Anyway, he also had. I was he would also hand out gifts for exceptional work or performance. The residents of York's communities did not control their own finances. That is a fact. Matter of fact, he even put out a audio called "The Biggest Secrets," which he plagiarized from another guy. I have it on the website. You can pull it up. Look at "The Biggest Secrets," talking about finances. York maintains census departments in both Brooklyn, Sullivan County, and Eatonton communities. All potential new followers were required to complete a multi-page application, which we did, and submit it with pictures of all family members to be considered for living at the compound. In addition to the applications, the families submitted to physical examinations, including an AIDS test. York reviewed the applications. He didn't really do it, but Habiba and a couple of ladies in the office did, and then they would give the okay to have people move on the property. Um, Additional families living within the compounds would submit requests to the Census Department for money. Any requests for expenditures had to be approved by York. That's what it was talking about. Something as simple as getting sanitary napkins. Yeah, York just you know wouldn't sign on to it. In December 1998, York purchased a 10,000 square foot home in Athens, Georgia. He moved into the home and relocated the operations of his finance office from Eatonton compound to the Athens residence. That was the mansion that was mentioned earlier in Athens. In October 2000, the Athens Clark County Building Permits and Inspections Department received complaints that York was operating a large business out of his home or house. Around June 2001, York moved the operations of his finance office back to Eatonton compound, and York himself returned to the Eatonton residence to live. That goes into the financial part. This is some of like the monies. He was just making millions. He was literally making millions off of some of the
Yes.
stuff there. Yeah. This gets into like the Wachovia Bank. This is talking about those bank deposits. The 165,000 here. It's just crazy the money he was making. So, the abuse of the victims. Cooperating witnesses advised that York routinely molested and sexually abused minor child, girls, and boys within the organization. And in fact, several children were moved from New York to the compound in Eatonton for the sole purpose of molestation. Several of the victims, as they grew older, were tasked with bringing younger children to York for sex. That's where we get into some of the people that the Nuwapians are attacking, but not mentioning that York put them to do these things. Sometimes they were used to demonstrate what York wanted in terms of sexual performances. That's what Habiba and all the victims give a great detail about how they first were initiated into the sex, and then what they had to do to groom other people. So other times they just supported the new victims by telling them that these sexual acts with York were a privilege and honor. The cooperating witnesses advised that sometimes York gave the girls alcoholic drinks prior to having sex with them, and that some of York's adult women followers would observe and participate in sexual activities. When the children refused or rejected York's sexual advances, they were left aside for periods of days, ignored, not fed well, and not allowed to go outside and play. York called them names and degraded them, both in private and in front of their peers. After a period of punishment, York would call on them again for sexual purposes. Also, York was known to withhold food, money, birthday presents from children who resisted him. Some families were even expelled from the compound for child's refusal to perform sexuality or York's dissatisfaction with their sexuality.
Hey, Demi,
Many of
just real quick, the chat was saying the mic's got feedback, love.
Mine?
My bad.
For real? Oh, mine?
No.
Okay.
The sister.
Oh, sorry. Now this is where it gets into some of the more heavier stuff. All right. So they indicated that York was going to teach them about sex, how to sexually please him, and that they would be preparing the child for marriage. The women would tell the children that as an ancient cultural practice in Sudan, a father had a responsibility to teach girls about sex, and that was what York would be doing. Sometime after this discussion, one of the women would bring the children to York's bedroom. The abuse would begin by making the children watch sexually explicit pornographic movies or by watching York engage in sexual activities with one of the wives or with the children or with other children. York would then touch the children or digitally molest them. Sometimes the children would perform oral sex on York before the abuse would escalate to anal and vaginal penetration by York. The children who were subjected to this abuse by York were rewarded for their submission by being taken to nice restaurants um, by York and given presents, including diamond rings, which he got from Walmart, and others extravagant jewelry, which is necklaces. Several of the female victims of York gave birth to his children prior to their 18th birthday. That was brought out at the trial as well. In addition to the extensive emotional and psychological abuse suffered by the victims, many suffered sexually transmitted diseases as a direct result of sexual encounters with the defendant. Many suffered infections, chlamydia, trichomoniasis in the anus, vaginal and oral cavities. Chlamydia is a bacterial infection that is treated with antibiotics if medical attention is promptly received and treatment is successful. There are usually no long-term medical side effects. However, if not treated, the disease can be spread to others through sexual contact, and if left untreated in females, may lead to pregnancy complications and infections of the unborn. This is something that happened to at least, I'm not going to mention names, but yes, this did happen. And this was tested because some of the victims that I did interview, it explained how they can now no longer can't have any children as a result of this. If we go down to the victims, well, I'll just start with here. Okay, so an investigation revealed that at least 20 identifiable victims. The following paragraphs identify these victims with a description of the abuse they were subjected to as a direct result of York's actions. Not all of the listed victims responded to the probation's officer's request for a statement. Therefore, materials from the investigators' interviews were used in some cases to summarize the victims' history and harms. Those victims who have not contacted the probation office of the United States Attorney's Office are noted with an asterisk. All right, so Habiba Washington at that time was 27. Ariba was born Brooklyn, New York, to Nathan and Joyce Washington, members of the York's Ansar Law community. York began molesting Habiba when she was 13 years old and still residing in New York. While she was a minor, York had Habiba bring other minor children to him for sexual purposes. One of the victims was 8 years old. The 8-year-old victim was Amala Noel. That's AN. Um, well, let me kind of stop because it has some the names of some people and it starts getting into. Let me see if I can just bypass some of this stuff. Um, Okay, so all right, so I'll give you an example. Here's another one. Nicole Lopez, now 27, was 5 years old when she first came in contact with York's community. It was at that time that her mother, Barbara, began studying with York's group. Nicole and her siblings were separated from their mother during that time. Nicole was taught that York was an angel and that he could only save 144,000 people. And to be one of those people, she must remain in his good graces. At the age of 12 or 13, Nicole, along with Habiba, began working in York's house in Brooklyn. York permitted the girl permitted the girls privileges denied to others so they could come and go from York's house as they chose. As they chose, and were also allowed to watch a movie, sometimes with boys, in the basement of York's house. Nicole reports that on occasion, York showed the girls pictures of male genitalia and pornographic films. When she was 15, York directed Nicole and Habiba to move to Sullivan County. Nicole's family did not join her. Once they relocated to Sullivan County, which is upstate New York, York became very aggressive with the girls while Nicole was still a minor. York had her bring Amala Noel and Crystal Harding to him for sexual purposes. Nicole was instructed by York many times when she was under the age of 18 to bring other minors to him for sexual purposes. Nicole performed oral sex on York and he molested her anally at the age of 15. In 1993, Nicole moved to Eaton. Nicole left the compound in 2000. That the girl that he brought that she was to bring to her, that was her sister, and that was also David Noel's or Tariq. That's his sister also. So the sister who was on, I think her name was Oba. That's also part of her family.
Oh yeah,
So York
yes.
molested, you know, the people who were not only his right hand man, because the, the children of these people were York's main teachers and lieutenants who were prominent males in the organization. Nathaniel, when you look at that crazy picture of York with the Egyptian gear on, that getup, you'll see Nathaniel Washington off to his right. That's the little stocky guy with the black fez on. And it goes on. It's like in the case where Issa Michael Johnson, currently age 14, Issa's mother, Kathy Johnson, who is a co-defendant in a federal case. Kathy Johnson came to be part of York's organization when she was 18 years old and pregnant with Issa. Issa denied to investigators that he is a victim of any type of inappropriate sexual contact or molestation. However, witnesses have verified that they observed York engaging in oral sodomy and anal intercourse with Issa Johnson when he was 12 years old. Witnesses also identified that his mother was aware of the molestations when she witnessed it herself and was present during the molestation of several other children. Issa denies being sexually active. Issa was taken into custody by DFACS officials when the compound was raided in May of 2000. Several days later, he was examined by a physician and and as a result showed physical signs of abuse, as well as testing positive for I don't even know what I'm saying. So I blocked that out. Based on medical evidence and psychological testing, doctors determined that he suffers from low self-esteem and depression. Issa has an unusual preoccupation with religion due to his homeschooling. He is behind in his education and is having difficulty integrating into public school system. Issa possesses. Let me stop right there. Um, to date, the defendant entered a guilty plea in state court January 24, which is the video you saw. Issa admitted for the first time that he had been molested by York, and Issa remains in DFAC's custody. So he did eventually admit that he was molested by York when York had pled guilty. And on and on and on. So I'm gonna stop this right here. What's up this?
That's way more detailed than
I'm not on
nigga was
the
a monster, bro.
So let me stop
Yeah,
this
man.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stone cold scumbag, man. That was way more detailed than I was thinking.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. It gets worse.
Damn,
Wait till you
goddamn,
read the transcripts of the court testimony. That's worse. Because they tell you what happened in real time with York right there watching.
Bro, I couldn't be in the courtroom with that nigga. I would have to give him the Holy Ghost.
Most deaf.
And even to this day, I'm surprised why nobody took him out. I mean, I really don't understand what kind of power he had that the fathers of these kids, some of them continued in the organization. And the kids came to them telling them what he had done. And they tried to make the kid look like they were crazy. And I don't understand why. I mean, this Messiah type of insecurity that these guys and mothers had, they just they mess up kids' lives. Some of them, even the ones that I talked to, some of them are still having financial issues. You know, I ain't gonna lie, I sent some money to a couple of them just to help them out. You know, it's rough because, you know, being in that life, you know, it wasn't like the normal life that you would find out here. These kids grew up in this stuff. They saw York as a I mean, a literal God figure. Everything. And then the land that they lived on, that was their world. And they were in fear that if you went outside of this world, because you grew up as a special child being part of the 144,000 mentioned in the prophecy in the Bible, the devil would come to get you. So anytime you're not under the protection of this sanctuary or this sacred land, Tamaray at the time, 404 Shady Dale Road, you may fall victim to the delicacies of the harlot, which he's like to say, taking a verse out of the book of Revelation, and you would probably be food for the gods. And these idiots are the ones. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up. See, Asa Johnson wrote a poem, and that poem brought out all the victims because the poem was called "Unapologetic for Victimizing Me." And although he doesn't mention York's name, but everybody knows who he was talking about because all the victims who lived on the property, some who testified for York and against York, came out and talked about their experiences. And then they attacked the people who were out there at the time protecting the pedophile by saying he was innocent or that you may have been molested, but it wasn't by him. Some of the dumb stuff they're doing today.
Hey, bro, see, like what I thought you had was like
Traditional guard
like
do this shit.
I thought you had the breakdown of the which I'm about to pull up in a second. I thought you had the breakdown of the sentencing. I didn't realize you was going way deeper than that, bro. Like that's why I'm kind of glad I just
there's
let you
two
go
parts
with that.
to it.
There's two parts to it.
That was just one part. That was just
I already know, bro. I was
Then it
looking
gets
at the
into
page like you was only halfway through. Like
Well,
I'm like me personally,
on another page
I'm good, bro.
I'm sorry. On a part
No,
two.
I was saying I'm good, bro. Because if I read that film,
I know.
I'm gonna have to go break some, dog. Like,
yeah, man.
You an amazing researcher.
Me,
It's nothing against you. You an amazing researcher, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, I personally can't read none of that sexual assault stuff anymore because I'm gonna want to hurt something, bro.
Understood.
But yeah, man, like that's what I let you. Go ahead, fam.
Now you can kind of see how when these people are going on social media like YouTube and they're gathering followers in defense of this savage. I mean, you gotta kind of wonder what's with these people. Are they into that kind of stuff? You gotta kind of wonder because if you cannot tell me that in 20 years later they don't know. I've done at least 20, 30 live shows for up to 5 hours with different victims and other people talking about this stuff on multiple channels. So you can't tell me that they don't know about this stuff. But then you got to say, if you're defending this serial child sexual predator, then it must be something in them that they like that. And if they have the opportunity, they will take part in that. Because these were the type of people that were York's enablers.
Yeah, it's a Jezebel spirit.
Co-conspirators and shit.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I had to take a tour of my weed because that was hard to swallow. Woo!
Yeah,
but
look,
it's a Jezebel spirit.
I gotta make it's about 11:20 here. I live in Hawaii, so it's about 11:20 here. The brother Bobby, I'm gonna send you that document. And I'm gonna send you some of these transcripts, and you see however you see fit and how you want to present it. If you want to present it, well, I would suggest that you go over it first because there's a lot of information, there's a lot of details, and 90% of the people that are out there protecting York and defending him, they don't have this stuff
Right.
because one, it was only sent around to people involved in the case and the trial, and they weren't. And the people who are talking about it now, they weren't even there. So they don't have it.
Man,
And they're
they
not going to
talking
come
about
up with the
COINTELPRO and
$13,000
all that shit.
in order to get these documents themselves. Because I remember when Prince York came out and said he had all the transcripts. Then he said he had about 13 racks. So I got them. And they this and they that. And so when I challenged him on it, because I wanted to debate him on it, he refused because they said, "Well, I have the redacted." No, and so I showed him, "No, I have the documents here because I have some of the people who were York's defense attorneys who gave them to me." And of course, he didn't have them. So they're just it's a lot of fluff. They're just talking. They don't know the details of this case. They do not know it. They
Right.
intentionally are operating off of ignorance.
I'm mad. I'm mad all over
Because if
again,
they
bro.
knew
Like,
it, then they would know that they were suspect as well. So
yeah.
Yeah, you
they
better
don't
you
want
better watch these people because anytime you are defending an admitted serial sexual predator, you gotta wonder if these people are not part of it. Now we already
Yeah,
know
what's the
we can look at
motive?
Polite. We can look at Polite. We can look at what's that clown that came out here one time? Nature Boy.
Yep,
These are
that's
people
another one.
that
I forgot about.
aspire to
Forgot
be.
about
These are
him.
people
Lord,
they aspire to be a York.
forgot
Yeah,
about
they
this
were.
dude. Man.
They were
Anyway, I got to make a run. I
co-conspirators,
appreciate the time. I haven't talked about this
Hey,
stuff in like a
Appreciate
year or
you,
so,
brother.
but
it
Appreciate
was
whenever
good
you.
you need
building,
it, any
bro.
information you need, I got it. I'm sharing it. I would suggest anyone, and please do this for me. Matter of fact, anybody can go and pull some of this document out. Go to, and because I'm one of the admins to the group, go to USA versus York on Facebook, that Facebook group. There you'll find all the information you could possibly need on the case, arguments from people who thought that they could challenge it, but the documentation supplied there, you cannot refute it. So anybody that debates, once you got that information, there is no debate. And first of all, it's nothing to debate because York had a chance to debate in court. His team
Right.
lost.
And they still pulling in
He's
money
solid,
too.
bro.
Yeah, they're
He's
bringing in money.
solid, bro.
Right
He's
on.
solid. That
All right,
evidence is
y'all, let me
solid.
roll.
All right.
Hey,
Peace,
man.
brother.
Talking all night, and I'm about to
Hey,
lose my
take care,
voice.
man. Peace. Peace,
We'll
bro.
talk again, though. Take care.
For sure. For sure.
You too. You too.
Hey, yo, Bobby,
Wow.
you still there?
God damn.
Wow.
I
That
know
was
Bobby's still up.
See, I don't hear none of them niggas sit up there and talk about some fucking COINTELPRO, man. None of them niggas. You hate your people that much that you will protect this motherfucker? He is not our people, man. He is not. He is not even normal.
right.
And that's why, hey, but look, that's why I hate that 144,000 crap, bro. I hate that shit.
I can't believe
Like,
he
I
brought
don't
that
want
shit up in there.
Yeah, like I don't want to do no numerology on it. Like it's 6 numbers to me, bro. Like that don't mean a motherfucking thing. But you see how he take that number and manipulate it to the children and his followers
Sure did.
and be like, I can only protect 104. That shit ain't got nothing to do with nothing, bro.
Right.
Nothing.
That's that sick ass Stockholm syndrome shit they do to people to make them feel special, man. I mean, the shit is sick because the people that's actually out there defending them, some of them ain't even been through the trauma. So they don't have no excuse. They ain't got no excuse. They ain't got nothing fucked up wrong with them. They just willfully allowing this shit and going along with it. These are the motherfuckers you got to watch out for. People talking about watching out for the government and the military and the police and shit. The motherfuckers you got to watch out for is these sadistic people that don't care like a normal
Right.
person should care. A normal person has emotions that even if you didn't know the person, you wouldn't want to see him come to harm like that. Come on, bro.
Nah, bro.
Even
Nah.
if I wouldn't even wish no shit like that on my enemy, bro.
Nah.
Mm.
Oh man,
Imagine
dog.
the torment he
Yeah,
had to. God damn.
that's lifetime trauma, bro. That's
Right, and we don't
lifetime
even know
trauma.
if these people are doing it to other kids too.
Well, they create these people in order to enable them. It's
Exactly.
like they find ways to make people think that if they don't go along with it, that's something wrong with them. This is the mentality that they putting into these kids, and these kids are growing up, even though they come forward and shit, they gotta be watched now. They gotta be watched.
Exactly.
I hate to say it, but these people are ticking time bombs that have left to their own vices will start all that shit over again, like little terrorist cells.
Right. Generational. Yes, exactly.
Damn, man.
So I
Yeah,
feel bad for people, man, but we got to keep our guard up to protect the normal thinkers and these people that have these abnormalities, these complexes that can't be, you know, broken down and deciphered. Because I can't understand how the fuck you would even this dude, bro, man, god damn.
yeah, bro. So, I just say it out loud, bro. The last thing, like when you look at all his sentencing, it equaled up to 1,620 months with all the breakdowns from each charge. That's the total. When you divide that by 12, there goes your 135 years. That's it. But
why even go through all that? Just say
I
life
don't. Hey,
sentence of jail. We're gonna bury
we
you
were
in this
saying that in the chat, Loyal. I don't know how he's in. There's no way he on the main line. But even in PC, I've heard plenty of stories of COs allowing motherfuckers to, you know what I'm saying, get at him and shit in the back, bro. Like even in PC. I don't know how he breathing right now, bro. I have no idea.
That lets you know that there's more sick motherfuckers than you expect out there, man. And this is why
No
it's so
idea.
crucial to have discernment. That's why it's so crucial to have discernment, man, because motherfuckers are out there pushing this shit like candy. They're out there pushing this shit like candy. Look how many of them is profiting off of it. I can understand if it was like a fringe thing. This is like an industry of fucking sickness. And they all doing it in the guise of religion, sacred teachings and shit like that. I mean, come on, bro. Come on. We got to do better. We've been doing this shit we've been living as people for too long to not know better and do better.
Bro, this was like sometimes, bro, like I feel like I want to say people need to do more, you know, and sometimes I want to also acknowledge people that are doing everything they can. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to, for me, I don't want to talk condescending to nobody and then like that, because I think obviously channels like this and people like y'all are doing the work and doing what you can from where you are. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I want to salute that and give honor to that. But yeah, this shouldn't exist on the planet, bro. Like that's one thing. Like I don't play with that sexual assault shit, bro. Like that should be chopped off, bro. Like you know what I'm saying, and let them go on to the next existence, bro. Shit, because it shouldn't exist here, especially babies, bro. Like I'm not just anybody, bro, but goddamn, dog, like.
Yeah.
They ain't ever had a chance, bro. Ain't like y'all said, you got people being
Man, bro, Bobby, man, I'm about to take off, man. I'm just That ruined my high right there, man. I'm done. Hey, y'all have a good night, man. That
Hey,
is
you
so
too, Lord.
cold.
You too. Yeah, I'm about to get out of here too, fam. Hey, Bobby, peace to you, bro. I don't know. You fell asleep, man. Peace to you. Peace to the rest of the panel. Peace to everybody in the chat. Um, appreciate y'all supporting Bobby's channel and keep pushing that awareness. Like I said, if I'm ever on the channel, I got links. I'm always try to, drop the links in the chat or email it to Bobby so that Bobby can disseminate it to y'all so y'all got the information. Other than that, I'm gonna get out of here, man. Y'all have a great night, great morning, great weekend, man. And definitely keep taking to the great parents out there, man. Keep being great parents and keep taking care of y'all families. All right. One love, man. Peace.